Hello there.
Hello there. Welcome in, Chris. Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Boardbrain. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. You have chosen, or been chosen, to be witness to some of the most scuffed content this side of Twitch. Oh my lord, Jonathan, welcome in as well.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello indeed.
Hello there.
In pre-roll ad reeled. You shouldn't get a pre-roll ad when you raid. It should come with the referrer equals raid and you should be ad free. Welcome in, Azad. Welcome in, Jonathan. I just gave my spiel. I might have to wait a few seconds. If people are getting ads, that's peculiar, because as far as I was aware, referrer equals raid stopped ads from playing. So, Jonathan, your hoe was left in the boat, which I find amazing. I don't know why. Welcome in. We're going to be continuing our search for Haldor. I'm just going to basically keep boating south. And I suppose we'll continue once more round. I don't want to go into Mistlands, but we do have lands there and lands there that I could possibly find Haldor at. Otherwise, I do have another definitely merchant to the northeast that I'm thinking about. Besides that, I'm running out of places. It's actually starting to hurt. I mean, okay, we do have massive Arse Island. Whole Arse Island here may have some plains. It's mostly Mistlands around the north. Oh, look at that. Actually, if you mouse over, it tells you the biome. That says Black Forest. Black Forest there. There's another spot here that is slightly large enough for a Haldor to appear, I think. But that's basically going to be my gambit for the rest of the stream. Haldor. Or else. Nowhere else. Just find Haldor. So, I suppose if there were ads actually playing, welcome. If you're not familiar or if you haven't met me before, my name is Birdbrain. Welcome to the mess that is my stream, at the risk of repeating myself. The bird nest. But we do have a fair bit of land we could cover here. I'm pretty sure there is Mistlands right here on either side, I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure I skirted around a lot of land here. The south coast here might actually prove to have a bit more of a promising look than I originally thought. The scuff thingy button. Perfect for boating, where you can't see anything anyway. We are in the Mistlands, so let's head on out. Does it make a difference right now? Like, is there actually a difference other than the HUD? I feel like in the Mistlands you just can't see anything anyway. I am gonna eat up because we do have plains on the left and I don't want to beach the boat. Like, if I get rid of the HUD, you still got the cog. But can you really tell in this lighting? We'll find out during daylight. I could get rid of the text. The text is a little tacky and something I sort of added on as like a thumb on the chin moment, I guess. Just insult to injury. I did want to try getting 4x3. That Thank you for the fishy crazy. We'll get rid of scuffed text, shall we, for now? We'll just have the scuffed filter. Plains on the left. Yeah, we've been here. I've quite literally just boated across. This is a bay. Is it Ernie? No, just the serpent. I've been thinking of actually replacing it. Me from Red Fairy streams does a great here, fishy, 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 fishy. And apparently he has the magic touch to actually spawn them in with that line. So I'm thinking we'll get that sound alert so we can start getting some serpents on demand. Look at that wind. Lovely wind. I think this is a bay. We might have a Plains River or a Mistlands River out through that area over there though. Let's have a look. How is everyone going this evening, this morning? If you're anywhere in the Americas, right now on the west coast, it's 9 in the morning. Which would make it midday over on the east coast. And I suppose it's dinner time around London. This is just a bay. We have mountains over there. I can't tell if that's fir trees in the mountains or fir trees in a black forest. But this is the difficulty. When I'm alone, it suddenly becomes much more dangerous to throw things out for adventuring. Not so bad if you're gonna get a safe place with a portal. But if you have a Lox one-shot the portal when it wanders over to say hello, suddenly becomes a bit of a problem when you have a boat without a portal to it stuck all the way out here and you spawn all the way back home. At least I think we have most of the materials for a carve, so I could make the trip twice, hack the carve up and continue on my way, but yeah, okay. This is just the whole same area because we're gonna have the village over there. Pop in a second. Where was this river I saw then? Is that it just there? Doesn't help when we're in the Mistlands, I can't see anything. Oh right, if I turn the text off, then the hotkey turns it back on. I'll have to disable the hotkey for the text if I want that to work. I just need to go back out to the ocean so I can see where that river was. I think that's it there, right? See, that looks like a river, but when you get close, you got those trees will pop in. Alright. Call it done. Let's just head back out north and around, shall we? I wonder if heading out north and west comes back down along a coastline here. I suppose that's the one thing. I don't know if everyone tapped the table before they logged out today, but we do also have going around, if we can, that might be another bay, we might not have a choice. I'll stay a little ways out so we can keep the sunlight if we're in the ocean. If we're in the ocean biome, we do get a bit of sunlight so we can see if there's any rivers from afar. Although, from experience, Mistlands rivers are quite miserable. They're the narrowest and the shallowest of all the rivers I've found. Bumps. And the mist rolls in. And I don't have a spotter. What do you call the boat? The boat has the crow's nest? We don't have a crow's nest, but what's that job called on the boat? Warlock's heading up to do something else as well by the looks of it. But, I mean, I'm dead set on finding Haldor today. Or at least putting in as much as an effort as I can. Because, A, I love sailing. Great excuse to get in a boat and sail around. B, if we find Haldor, we don't have to find Haldor next time we log in. That sentence in and of itself is motivation enough just to keep me going, finding Haldor. The idea of waiting till next Sunday, logging back in, and then spending another 5 hours just in a boat looking for Haldor. Like, I love boating, but... Can we just cross Haldor off the list so that boating is for fun again and not a chore? We need to be spending this time getting more silver and iron. We need to go test the Black Forest cross with the swamp to see if we can get more iron that way. And if it does work twice in a row, that's a pretty great thing to know about to take into other runs too. That's... How long have we been doing this? Since March, right? We're in May, it's almost been 3 whole months. And to be fair, getting access to silver armor and silver stuff is like most of the way to fighting Yagluth, as far as I imagine the run goes. So is this the other end of where they were? We were at Mistlands, they would have run across here, and they would have mapped this side of the continent as well. I don't remember them saying swamp. I remember them saying plains. More trees over to the starboard side too. This is the trick when the fog rolls in, you have to look for silhouettes against the skyline. Otherwise you can just beach the boat. Although, saying that, low, what do you call it, shallow terrain doesn't silhouette against the skyline very well. So, pillar over on the right, there you go. That's basically the only way I know how to navigate in the fog, otherwise you are flying blind. Besides for Shadow, you should be in Sonic 3. As in, are you talking about Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the game that has already released, or is there a new one coming out? Sonic 3, the movie. Oh. Honestly, who else? I mean, you've mentioned basically a third of the cast I know about. I mentioned the other two. Oh no, you said in Sonic, I suppose. There you go. You mentioned 2/3 of the cast. I mentioned the other one. Wait, Tails. So that's now... okay. I'm remembering more. Tails exists. Knuckles, Sonic, Shadow. I watched Sonic Boom. That had Amy in it. I know Amy. The pink one. That's about it. I guess those. I don't know any other characters. What was it? Sonic the Werehog or whatever the game was called had humans. Are there human characters in the Sonic universe besides Eggman? So I know you could talk to humans in that Sonic the Werehog game. Did we find Black Forest south? Should we flip around? Since 2 new characters are introduced in Sonic 2, you assume 2 other characters would appear in Sonic 3. Oh yeah, because technically there's a Death Skeeto over there. Technically Tails wasn't in the first one, was he? Tails was in the outro. I need to flip the boat around and get a tailwind. We got it all in before the Death Skeeto comes closer to the coast. Oh, and 2 Loxes. Hello. At 50 health, actually. That Death Skeeto could have one-shot me just now. Let's eat some proper food. Better safe than sorry. Amy Rose as a side character and Surge, then Tenrek as the villain. I know one of those names. Although... thinking about what story they're trying to tell, I don't really know how they'd use Amy. Isn't Amy and Sonic meant to be dating? But if that's the case, then I don't really fancy the idea of Sonic 3 being a romance, or having a romance subplot. But then the alternatives to that are damsel in distress, which is a fairly played out trope as well, but I think a fairly decent motivating factor. And to be fair, damsel in distress doesn't mean Amy, it could be Tails being kidnapped, so that would be a nice bait and switch. But again, that just leaves open the question for what role would Amy play in the story. What little I know about the games is almost exclusively tied to the first 3 games released on Sega. And Sonic Mania. That was a lovely game, but I don't particularly know if that had a story or if that was just a nostalgia trip. I mean, to be fair, damsel in distress is a played out trope, but it still can make for a solid story. And as mentioned, I don't think it has to be Amy. You could definitely have Tails be the damsel in distress. That is a river, isn't it? I go down the river, but I can't see. I'm not gonna fly a river blind like this. We have Black Forest over here, actually. Rocks. I haven't even seen the second movie yet, if it is out. I think it's out, isn't it? Released early this year? remember telling people, back when the Sonic film came out, I remember telling people, oh, I'm gonna go see it. And there was this weird mix of reactions I got. There were some people who, of course, had seen all the memes and all of the early development images or trailers that just looked horrid. And they assumed the movie was going to be garbage. There were other people that just played it off as a kid's film and were like confused why I was going to go see it at all. But the thing I found strange was that every single person that was like, why would you go see the Sonic movie? That's a kid's movie, blah, 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 yada, yada. Every single one of them afterwards went and saw it on DVD or whatever streaming service afterwards. And they'd always come back with like, have you seen the Sonic movie? It's so good. Oh my lord. Best Jim Carrey's done in years. And I'm just sitting there like, yeah, dick. I'm the one that said I was going to go see it years ago. Never mind. Minor rant. But that annoyed me. People wrote the film off. And then they went and saw it and were surprised it was good. It's like, eh? Okay. Yeah, it's a kid's film, I guess. But you can have good stories in kids' films. As well as good acting. And I do agree, it's the best role Jim Carrey's had in years, because he got to be his old self. He got to play a cartoon, and Jim Carrey has done really good cartoons throughout his career. From the literal sense of the phrase to the figurative. It's already out, you'll send a link in Discord? Yeah. Oh, let's land. And that's it's possibly the boat actually done. We've got a bit of a swell, but alright. I can salvage this without having to destroy the boat. Yeah, if you've got ooh. I'll check in your Discord a little after the stream, actually, and have a look. Okay, I think we're safe. I don't like the idea of paddling up that river, especially not at night time. In fact, I've not paddled anywhere in the time it's taken me to rotate the boat. We're heading due south then. There's more land there, right? It's the same island we were just exploring. Yeah, cheers. I'll have to give it a look in a little while. It's one of my big... it's not a hang-up. I don't know what you'd call it, but... Okay. I'm not a fan of this part of the map at all. It's a river made out of mistland, so even if we had wind, it would still be miserable. Go back to the ocean. So, something I got rid of years and years and years ago was all of those streaming services. We used to split the bill for Netflix between a bunch of accounts. We would have 5 accounts logged into this Netflix profile, or 5 profiles logged into the Netflix account. And it cost us something phenomenal. Like over $100 a year. And it suddenly clicked to me that the only time I ever opened the app and logged in and watched anything was when something released. It was because something came out. And it just sort of struck me. It's like, okay, even if I want to pay for Netflix, Why am I paying for it year-round, hundreds of dollars, when I watch it 3 times a year for 3 movies? Or 5 hours of watch time total, and I'm paying hundreds of dollars a year for that. So I ended up scrapping my Netflix. As it turned out, no one else on the account was using it either, so the bill just got closed. We let it go defunct and let the account hang. I really don't want... It's Mistlands paddling, so it's not like I'm in danger, but it's just miserable. I might as well, it's nighttime anyway, hey? But I will say, and the whole point of that story, I don't have Netflix, I don't have Hulu, I don't have Disney Plus. Because if I really want to watch something on a streaming service, I'll pay for, what, the super cheap 1 month deals you get? Like, I'll pay for a month and it's half price or whatever you always see on these little prepaid cards. But you just grab those, then you watch everything you want, and you're set to go. You don't need to renew it. Where am I facing? Where am I going? Flying blind? Fog has rolled in. Mistlands has fog. Wait. Since when has the Mistlands had fog? Where actually am I going? Through here? Nope. I've turned the wrong way to get a tailwind out of this turn too. Who's in the name? Mistlands. Yeah, well, it could stop being so miserable, lands. Ah, got him. I swear there was a river through here, and now I can't find it. I thought I was pointed towards it, ready to set sail, and it's just gone. Is it around there? Of course it is. Because we have to paddle this way. Of course, that's where I need to go. How could I get lost ever in this game? I just need to point the boat in the direction that the wind is coming from, and that's where I need to go. That's how we're going to find Haldor, actually. I'm going to find Haldor by just following whichever way the wind tells us to paddle. Only trouble is the pop-up windows. There have been a couple of sites that have got around my ad block, actually. Twitch is one of them, but I greenlit Twitch a while ago anyway. But it is interesting because settings for my ad block don't apply to incognito, and the ads still run in incognito for Twitch, which is fascinating. It's one of the few websites that's actually super popular that gets past the ad block. That's a pillar. Can I not have Mistlands weather if I'm gonna be navigating planes, please? What a miserable time. I'm not gonna bother. If this is my option, I'm not gonna bother. I don't have a choice. We're stuck. Off we go. Yep, we're good. Night spawns. Do you think because the weather in the Mistlands is always nighttime, clearly the biome has got some sort of set time or time of day configuration to it? Maybe. I don't actually know. Maybe they've actually just got a post-processing effect on the biome. Do you think Mistlands is going to have constant night spawns? You can gimmick biomes next to the Mistlands to have things spawn that normally wouldn't? Done like 5 Look, we've been here for so long. Let's just get out. I need to go somewhere else. Wherever we need to go, we have to paddle there. You know, it's actually funny. When you get so used to having an ad block running, you forget what the internet looks like without it. There are websites I've used for years that when you turn adblock off or when you have to debug or use a different browser, for example, you load up that website and you're like, wait, why are there 7,000 ads? Oh, my biggest pet peeve are ads that block things on the webpage. I had one the other day where I needed to tap a thing on my phone, and there was a banner ad down the bottom that completely blocked out the entire bottom of the webpage and couldn't click on it. Okay, great. You're like, at that point, ads are not only in the way of just annoying, I suppose, in more than one way. Okay. We're in trouble. I don't like this map. Ever since you guys logged off, this has been miserable. This went from actually being a nice chill adventure to now just being miserable. I've done 15 circles in the same spot on the map. As long as a death mosquito doesn't tag me, I'm fine. Right? A brief few minutes till you find adblock. I actually don't run adblock on Edge. Microsoft Edge basically has no extensions. It imported a couple from Chrome. I know it imported a couple from Chrome because every time I start it up, it tells me the Eric Andre extension has been listed as malware. And I keep clicking OK and it keeps telling me. Twitch adblock exists for Chrome? I've not looked into getting Twitch blocked. I don't terribly mind the ads. The only time I mind the ads is when they're every half hour or every hour. If it's a pre-roll ad, if you give me an entry fee to watch a stream, I'm fine. I'll pay the entry fee, I don't mind that. Hello, sir. Yes, 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 yes. Get out of the boat. Out of the boat. We're going north. Bugger off. Where's a storm when you need it? Okay, we might be fine. Wind's picked up a little bit. Get back home. Get back home. Thank you. We're finally out! Hell. Just hell. I'm not going back there. It looked like the only river through was Mistlands and I couldn't even find it when I was given the chance. It looks like that's it there. But I'm not gonna try again. Not worth it. Not use Chrome anymore, had to go back for Firefox. I don't mind Chrome, because I basically bullied Chrome into working exactly how I want. There is no way in hell I could have Firefox run stably with 500 tabs open. Firefox barely runs with 10 tabs open sometimes. But I do prefer the Firefox browser. I think the Firefox is the better browser. I just cannot get the performance out of it that I need. It's way too CPU heavy per tab. Having said that, Chrome has removed all of the flags I was using to get that to happen. So the flags are still enabled, technically, I still have all of my settings configured, but if there ever is a point where that code disappears from the back end of the Chrome engine and it goes back to running like garbage, I'll probably make the switch and just figure out how to delete Firefox instead. What monster has more than 10 tabs open? 10 tabs alone for lurking in Twitch? What do you mean, Chris? Yeah, vanilla Chrome sucks. Vanilla Chrome with 1 tab? Yeah. I don't know if, I mean, it seems by design at this point, surely, but it's one of those things where it's very well capable of running super streamlined. Like I said, I've got a couple of 100 tabs, must be close to 500 tabs at this point. My Chrome runs at less than 2 GB. 10% CPU, 2 GB or less of RAM, 500 tabs. Cannot beat that. Chrome has the absolute peak performance for me. There's no way I could do that on Firefox. But I haven't tried bullying Firefox yet, so... I'm honestly wondering whether Chromium has the flag still, because there's a bunch of backend options I have tweaked to get Chrome to work like this, but... Excuse me. Since Chrome has removed those options, I'm wondering if they're still present in Chromium blank without all the Google features. There's a trick with mid-roll ads where it'll play the stream in 480p till they're done. Had it before and lost? Is that a Leviathan? Should I? We're at half health. Why not? Is that a Leviathan? Should I? Why not? Is this your ass or your face? I think we're at his ass. I don't see the eyes. Creepiest thing you ever notice on these guys is the eyes. Stamina food, I only have 2. 21 stamina. 35. There we go. No rested either, so this is gonna be basically a one and immediately. Really? What a lame turtle. The thing I'm worried about is the 5 damage per tick, because I'm over 100 health. Can we get one more? Stop running away. We're close enough to the boat, I think I can. Got it. Ow! That did... that did physics damage to me, landing on that rock. Easy. Chitin? No food? We're gonna have to make land for some food then. Especially with a half health boat. What's over there? But it is a worry of mine, knowing Chrome has removed the option to make it run well. A, why? Why would you get rid of the option to lazy load tabs? That's the best thing Chrome had going for it, because lazy loading tabs means you can just run infinity tabs, technically speaking. Bonk. And while the setting is gone, it still applies, even though I can't change it. But that is... it is a kind of a big worry, because the moment Chrome disables that setting internally from applying, Chrome will probably blue screen my computer. I've got that many tabs open, it's almost guaranteed Chrome will blue screen my computer because I've only got 16GB of RAM. Should have started here. I've done it backwards. I should have enough time. I'm just gonna chill on this one. Are you sinking already? No, okay, you're going up. Come on, crack. Thank you. Alright, third Leviathan? No? Mountain over on the port? Where are we exactly? Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. Okay, so there is a mountain in front of us, right? What trees are they? It's plains. Is it? No. Do not tell me he's all the way out here. I mean, look, it's gonna be a bittersweet because if I find him, great, we found him. Awesome, happy, cool. This far out, basically stone's throw distance to the edge of the world though. Maybe we should head north. We'll leave south exploration for later. We'll head north. I've said that. I've already assumed he's not here. Watch. Watch. I've already assumed he's not here. Bet. I don't know. I think this minimap zoom this far will... Hello. Terrain random generation. Grab the boat. I did need to repair the boat, didn't I? Hey. How is... Okay, is the map generated backwards? How is this? Good, there's some irony. Reverse boss run, reverse map. How is this the biggest black forest we've seen basically ever? For the entirety of us playing this game on this map. How is this the biggest black forest we've seen? We ran towards a mountain, right? So this is black forest to mountain. Okay. Blueberries. Make some more deer stew when I get home. That's one thing about playing solo on here. I feel much less guilty about pottering around. Making sure there are supplies set and ready to go. Ironically, lately set and ready to go is just sitting in a boat. There's the edge of the mountains. I do have 43 armor and a tower shield. Don't know how game I am to actually go spelunking mountains solo though. People have been saying merchants spawned in the outside of the world as well. We can't not check. Speaking of... Make sure we've got where we came from marked, just in case. If we do run back along the coast, we'll be fine, because we'll either hit the boat or... Pardon me. We'll either hit the boat... or something else before it. Why is this? Yeah, actually, reverse boss run has a reverse map. The further out you go, the more black forest you get at this point. Why? This is the largest black forest I think I've seen on the map. Look at all these berry bushes. Not that we're short for blueberries, but... if nothing else, they are eating. What are they worth? 25 stamina. That's almost as good as... Actually, 25 stamina is more stamina than a skewer. So if I need stamina, there we go. Save the meat skewers for when we actually need the health. I don't dare want to say that the Final Fantasy VII fanfare ready, but this is so massive. Look at it. Plains, Mistlands. I shouldn't sprint everywhere. I could come around here in the boat. Although I need to go around. I keep actually. Thank you for the. It's. I've had the sound alerts on so much, and I suppose being in a black forest kind of cheating, knowing. No chance of a abomination spawning here, but I've been thinking about changing them out for something more fun. The troll one would be... Honestly, troll one's way more of a gotcha, just because you spend so much more time in a black forest. The serpent one has got me a few times, I think just purely because I spend so much time in the water. But I think I might just get some more fun stuff in the sound alerts. If anyone has any suggestions, I'm open to them. I'll probably clear both of them off. Even if I do get a troll alert. Clearing out those two will give me 2 slots back on the sound alerts website. But I'm also thinking of moving to Blurp anyway, which will give me a ton more options. My berry bushes. Suggestion for new sound alerts. I want to to get rid of the trees they move and the fishy, fishy, fishy one. I figure changing the serpent out for the troll Valheim sound would be way more of a gotcha because I think the amount of time you spend in each biome leads towards how easy it is to get something with those sound alerts. So I want to get rid of the abomination for sure and change that sound alert out for something else. I just don't know what sound alert to switch it out for yet. Doesn't have to be Valheim related either. Eventually, I'm open to having coffee alerts. But I do want to get a tea alert at some point too. I have something in mind and I'm actually... Well, I'll double check with Flicky, but I have, basically I want to make my own tea sound alert. My original idea was I was going to take the coffee sound alerts and just deadpan, absolute flat monotone, just say tea over the top. And that was going to be the whole joke. It's like, oh, not much of a joke, I suppose, but it's just going to be the same sound alert, but you say tea instead. But I figure we could do better than that, though. No reason why we can't just make our own. Really loud crow. Hang on, I remember. I remember. So where does blank go to? And also, what am I carrying too much of? That. I don't mind the idea of a really loud crow, actually. Just something sudden. Like that. Doesn't actually matter. It doesn't have to be tied to a game either. Although that does remind me, there was a sound alert I originally wanted to make months and months and months ago, which was just basically summed up. It boiled down to being a couple of minutes of Hugin, the crow, just screaming at nothing, I guess. But the way I wanted to do it, I wanted to figure out a way to make the audio layer, because of course it's going to be a couple of minutes long. And the whole idea was that maybe 6 minutes into the alert, you finally realize, oh, Hugin is making noise. And then it just starts getting more and more absolutely over the top. To the point where by the time, say it's an 8-minute long recording, by the time you get close to the 8-minute mark, it's just Hugin non-stop screaming at you. Just the whole noise where he spawns in and goes, rah! And repeated, just all the time. I don't know how viable that would be as a sound alert, because it is going to be a slow burn. The idea you redeem something and you wouldn't immediately know, or perhaps... Maybe I could compromise and have like the one Hugin pop in with the usual sound that has. And he does like the one at the start. So you redeem it, you get one Hugin pop in with the explosion noise, and then he disappears again. But then I could turn that into the whole slow burn afterwards. So the file would still be super long, but you would get the redeem immediate satisfaction of the Hugin sound, followed by 5-6 minutes of Hugin just building up and being annoying. It wouldn't be too hard either, because you just need clean audio of Hugin and you're fine. It's fairly easy to get. I wonder if you can spawn in Hugin. Hang on, doesn't work in all caps. Huge root. You cannot seem to spawn in Hugin. Tutorial, no. Bird, no. I'll have to look up and see if Hugin has other names, but he doesn't seem to be in the list at the moment. Right. Look at this. Why is this out here and not anywhere else? Enable tutorial. Oh, have I actually beached the boat? Might have actually beached the boat. Oh, I did something. Who was it? There's a Rowan Atkin character that parked like this. Johnny English? We Johnny Englished ourselves? No, Austin Powers, that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, hang on. Get my references right. There's a movie where you get the car wedged perfectly between two positions. I know Austin Powers did a scene with that, but I don't know if they were making fun of the original or if that is the original. I wonder actually, if we tutorial toggle, do you think Hugin will pop in occasionally? Alright, here's the plan. There's a river somewhere here. Where's the mouth of the river? Brock. Ah, there he is. Hello. I know it's in Austin Powers, but I don't know if that's... Like, there's a phrase. Or, perhaps not a phrase. Like, parking like that. I know it's done in Austin Powers, but I think Austin Powers is mocking the original film that did it. Genuinely don't remember. It's the river. Is that the river? It must be. Wind's coming from that way. There must be at least a dozen films by now that have used that parking perfectly sideways. Originally, I thought it was a Rowan Atkinson skit. Or something like Johnny English, but now I don't actually know. Hello, Hugin. We're gonna zoom the map in a bit here, actually. We have side wind. It's not very fast wind, but it is side wind. Let's just hope this isn't a dead end. Jesus, you can actually scared the crap out of me with that text there. Not back. Okay, this is the same river. Get that one a bit wonky. Third of the health already. Driving like that, no wonder. Okay, and this is the scary part. So, yeah, damn, third of that boat's health. We're a little ways off from the edge. There's probably another whole island, actually, between us and the edge of the world. Closer to the edge than I'd like to be for finding Haldor, that's for sure. Bye, birdie. But we're not going to see the rapids for a little while. I do expect there to maybe be more land there. That might be, actually, yeah. Maybe I run around that island naked. Just in case we get sucked off the edge of the map. Am I no mapping? No, I just like sailing without the HUD. It's so nice to get rid of everything and just have, well, except for the cog dead center. To get rid of everything and just have ocean the boat. The music, the scenery, the environment. So chill. I really do love the sailing in this game. Welcome in, Whenever. What's an A? Whenever? You know, it took me so long to notice that the Valheim Raft mod got rid of the sails. But, genuinely, if you can make the sails higher on the boat so you could see under them, or something, I would be super happy. Because that's the only problem, is they're dead in the way. Even first person, you can peek onto them, but you're basically staring at the sky. It's not very easy to navigate like that when we're in Mistlands, apparently. I might throw a portal up here. Drop all my stuff off at home. And we'll think about mapping here. I mean, if there was Haldor there, we'd have spotted him, right? That's no way that's large enough that he's all the way out here, is he? Surely not. In the name of being thorough and making sure we miss no stone unturned. I must at least check, right? More trees over there too. At least this way. Look at that! Almost an entire map of entire island of black forest. That's the problem. We just had to go so far out. We're almost at the edge of the world, and then we start seeing all the black forest. There is still a sizable chunk of land there. I don't know if he would have popped, actually. That's right on the uncertainty zone of far away. That was a sentence. That's right on the edge of how far away I am certain he would pop. Like, that could not have popped. He's that far away. Like, if I zoom the map in, that's a fair way away. He may actually not have popped there. There's a river, apparently. And the boat's really dead for some reason again. What are we up against? Is it just land? It's a tiny bit of land. Okay. I feel like he would have popped if he was on the island. On both sides of the island, even. How we accidentally went so far east we got to that land, though, was amazing. I suppose we'll boat, just in case we run inland and forget. Gardening for now. I do need a little bit more stamina food. I would take a whole stack of them, why not? What do they give? 65? Wow! Ice cream on Portal is ice cream is better than onion soup. Maybe I should prefer to use the onion soup then, because the freeze glands are a bit rarer to come by. We'll grab a whole stack of onion soup instead. Not chugging down that. Then we should have deer stew. Takes cooked deer meat. Two for many. And blueberry. I'm not cooking other meat accidentally. Have we fought? Have we fought? No, we haven't even fought Yagulis. We are... Basically, at this point, we've been on hiatus for over a month trying to find Haldor. We've had some very lucrative side missions, I suppose. We got all the silver down from a mountain. We have 2 stacks of silver in a chest here, ready to go. We don't have a lot of iron, but we did find a whole stack and a half of iron on one of the trips to the swamps a few weeks back. But unfortunately, the reverse boss run, the boss part of the reverse boss run has been on hiatus for over a month now. Purely entirely thanks to Haldor. Hey mates, welcome in. I mean... It's actually a good point of reference, Chris. I think you joined the week we started Haldor hunting. You basically joined to hunt Haldor, nothing else on this save. Lots of deer stew. I don't know if deer meat has another use, but I'm definitely not going to complain about getting through the blueberries. And it's basically the only... well, not the only use carrots have, but it's the best use carrots have. That's all of it. Another 8 left. That'll do for deer stew for a while anyway. Blueberries after this can probably just be turned into potions. And while we're home actually, I might go have a quick restroom break again. I've been drinking a lot of water today because I had a bit of a headache last night. Enough stacks of deer stew. Between that and the sausages, and now the meat skewers. Pardon me. Although, given the sheer supply of deer stew we have at the moment, maybe I'll change out my skewers for those instead. I don't need the best and greatest food, I just need to be able to match. So long as I can match 100 health for being in the plains, I'm fine. I just can't risk dying to that one death skeeto bite. What am I doing? Just... wait. It's not a varied amount of food, but it's fine. Carrots. 34 carrots left. Out we go. Grab a bit more honey actually. Are these full? Yes. I'll drop off my honey. No Haldor for us. No. I think at this point, I mean, it could just be me. Finding Haldor has become a point of just stubbornness. It's not the right word. Stubborn isn't correct. Pride isn't it either. It's just... it's the current mission. We find Haldor. I don't... like, there's technically nothing stopping us next week from just going out and from going out and doing silver stuff, you know? There's nothing stopping us going out and doing anything else. Except for just the fact that we seem committed. That's the word. We seem very committed to seeing this Haldor hunt through. Can we put a beehive here? Are the bees happy over here? Apparently not. Spot right there. The bees are happy. Bees are not happy. I can fix that. Would love if you could just put the word... Actually, can I? Not really. Hang on. We can do this. Might be a little high. A lot of the times, we ask ourselves, can we do this? We never ask, should we? Or why? Just can. Can we do this? I think the answer is yes. Yes, we can put bees on a workbench, and they are happy. Watch them collapse behind me. Mushrooms down there. Keen eyes of a hawk. Berries over there too. Look at that. Bees on a workbench. Can I say nothing else, even if we don't find Haldor? Seems like a highlight to the day. Bees on a workbench. A bee bench. Alright, how much honey do we have? 36? I'm just gonna start throwing things in here. Oh my word, why is there so much stuff in here? I was gonna throw my crap in here. I went through a bunch of great ore fires. Do we still have space for those? All of them. Hide. Where is Jessica hide? Not in this chest. Honestly. Can I do that instead? Do we really need boar scraps? I'm thinking no. Bony? Red mush. Boar scraps can go out here. I have another 50 resin. Right, and before I forget, I did say I wanted to head off and have a quick restroom break, so I'll close the door. And we'll take a seat right here. I won't be too long. I might also grab something out of the pantry to snack on, but... Well, it's caught. Right. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome back. Oh. Back out we go. I'm also thinking. Hello? There's no portal there. Did the game try teleporting me and give up, or am I in a parallel universe? Blank, right? I don't like the sound of that. I have questions. Why does the blank portal go to the pig farm? Why is there no portal in the pig farm? If I can be... I have questions. Oh. What? Third time's the charm. Okay, here we go. It's fine. It's fine. Look, blank portal connected. And we'll even do this backwards, shall we? We'll face the other way. There we go. Perfect. Cannot go wrong this time, right? It's not like we can hear pigs already and know where we are. Hmm? No. Alright, at the risk of permanently losing a portal. Gimme. Just read chat. Haldor, show yourself, you little bitch. Haldor! Fuck you, swamp. I have arrived. Okay, so yeah, the test is there is no other blank portal. Test is that it's empty. If there is another blank portal in the world, here we go. This is how we'll test. Let's find out. Do they both light up or just one? They both light up. There is no other blank portal anywhere in the world. Right. Well, there you go. That was basically... I'll call this one John, because I need to get back, don't I? Well, there you go. If there is a blank portal somewhere else in the world, then... I guess we'll figure it out later. It's lost to time! Oh no. No, wait, look, it's done it again. No, wait, hang on. Enter. It hasn't done it again. They're both blank. Oh, I thought you got portaled for a second there. Right. Well, I don't know if we just completely lost the portal to the multiverse. no, blank wasn't... No, the boat's through here. Give me a sec. I wanted to have... And I'm gonna come through here. We haven't lost the boat, thankfully. But what I did want to do is blank the portal I'm carrying. I want the portal I placed to just light up so I can place it and run. So that's all I was doing, was shuffling them around. I wanted to find out where the blank portal went, but apparently it goes to the pig farm. If we did lose the blank portal on the other end, I have no idea what happened to it. But all is well, we still have the boat. I was just shuffling around portal names, that's all. You've tried the rename and walk through? There's a bit of a trick to it. It works so much better on a server than it does if you're the host. Basically, the quicker the connection you have to the server, the less time you have to actually get that sorted out. But it's something I've been using since I can remember. Renaming, walking through, renaming again. It's a great way to quickly switch out portal systems. And it's something I've been theorizing, or previously theorized with Gradgar, was the possibility of having a singular portal with a network of other portals. And all you had to do was basically name the portal to the destination. Then you would blank it again. So you name it, it'll light up and connect. Then you would rename it again, delete the text or call it blank or whatever you have set up, home or whatever you want to do. And as soon as you hit enter, walk through. The idea being that when you get to the other end, the portal will technically be dead. You won't be able to go back. The premise that me and Gradgar were thinking of was the idea of having a portal network that no one else would be able to use but the person who designed it. Almost like a secret network. The practicality of such a thing, I suppose, is limited to, I guess, I mean, to jump topics. Something like that on an RP server, sorry, would be fascinating. You could have effectively your own underground tunnel network for any sort of criminal organization, if you were ever going to fit that into the world somehow. Links at 502 Bad Gateway. Has straw poll gone down? Straw poll might be down. Oh. That's an awkward final day of the poll. It had 2 days left, actually. A couple of days ago, it had 2 days left. That's a very awkward way to end the poll. But from what I saw, it looks like Crash Bandicoot's won out anyway. Which, incidentally, we've already done a third of the Crash Bandicoot reboot. I played through all of Crash Bandicoot 1 half a week ago, I think, actually, on the Wednesday. Alright, let's get ourselves unbeached. That's not getting unbeached, is it? There's no swell in the Mistlands. Ooh. I say, as there's swell in the Mistlands. Here you go. feel like if we were gonna find Haldor, he would have popped in that place for sure. But I do still, in the name of being thorough, I do still want to land here and see if I can't map the other end of the coastline. We have to just make sure we're not missing any corners. Because at this point, it is going to be the one place we don't look is going to be the place that has Haldor. I mean, it's always going to be the last place we look, but... Okay. Oh. So does the raft mod get rid of sails on every boat or just on the raft? I suppose, given the name of the mod is raft mod, I suppose building whatever boat you want on top of the raft, why would you use a longboat? Not here, just checking in. No Haldor yet, but we found the biggest black forest to date. And while you are here, John, the blank portal, the portal with no name, was there another end to that portal? Was the blank portal connected, or did you destroy the other half? Because it portaled me over to the pig farm 3 times, and when I moved it, it didn't portal anywhere. So we may have lost the other half of the blank portal, if you didn't have it marked. And yeah, 502 is definitely not our end. The fact everyone's simultaneously seeing the error and code itself, thankfully or unthankfully, I don't know. Unfortunately is not unthankfully. Fortunately or unfortunately, how we want to look at it. Nothing we can do to fix a problem that isn't on our end, but still a little sad that that's the way the poll ends, the final day. Given we're 1/3, I had a look actually. Given we're 1/3 of the way through Crash Bandicoot as it is, probably would be super hot after that. I think was second on the list. Actually, isn't there a 500 access denied? I'm fairly certain there's a 500 access denied code. I don't know if it's 503 or 506, but I think there's one that's access denied in the 500 range. Now, trick is, I don't want to go off the edge, so we're going to park the boat and we're going to explore this part of the land on foot as well. Probably going to throw most of my stuff into the boat as well. I don't know if I'll throw the armor in. I mean, so my fear is that I'll get sucked off the edge of the map. I know you can get super close before you see the rapids. I just don't want to risk it. I could always portal home and grab my old armor just to be safe so I don't die. There is an unconnected John portal if you need it. Well, John was the one we were using. Oh, there's John X, isn't there? Unless my mistake was that it was blank. It was blank on my game, but maybe that was the other John portal you mentioned. Right? John X? Was my mistake thinking it was blank? Okay. John X is one. John. There is no John normal. And we're using blank. Suppose we'll just connect that one up, shall we? I came here to switch out my armor. Someone made it super far up north, very quickly. Yeah, Boardmobile is sitting out on the waters at the moment. Is that rag? Yeah, I might as well throw that in the ocean. Yeah, it doesn't even have the BI lady's name attached to it. Throw it out. Yeah. Drop our stuff here. I could go somewhere else. Easy. Don't forget, I've put junk in the gardening chest. Oh, we're actually... Maybe troll hide is overkill. No, I don't know. It's fine, we'll leave it that. Troll hide is better than scrap leather at any rate, until we find a replacement for... Did I... Yeah. Overthinking things. Back to the boardmobile. No. I suppose Fenris would be the only other thing I shouldn't really lose, because that stuff is actually kind of rare. In the Black Forest, we don't need a whole lot of food. Yaks can stay, the pig can stay. What do I risk losing? We've got enough fine wood to remake that, right? Do I just go out with my hands? Because I don't know... We're far away enough, this shouldn't be an issue, but I just... Uneasy feeling about being this close to the edge of the map. 7 damage each turn. Can I actually left hook this for more than that? No, apparently. Should have grabbed some of my old flint and stone tools. If we're gonna throw anything off the edge, it's better that than my silver pants and my Fenris coat. Or any of the copper stuff that we don't have any replacements for yet. What a massive piece of black forest though. This is stupid how we've had to sail this far out to get even close to finding this kind of black forest area. Blueberries. Not that we need them, but I could eat them. I should head back west, because I do want to, like... I want to scan through the Black Forest. I want to make sure I don't accidentally miss any area. Is that a mountain? That's mountain. Definitely can't go up in mountain in scrap pants. If I'd thought about it, I would have also got my troll coat out as well. Can we go around the mountain here? Hello. Right. Okay. Tin? No tin. There's tin. Mountain goes a bit further south too. You can see the frosty fir trees all the way over there. Hello. The barrel! It's escaping! You know how everyone says the merchants around Haldor? The merchants around Haldor? Yeah, duh. The merchants around Elder. There's amusement in the fact that my definitely merchant marker was actually maybe a continent or two off an Elder spawn. So I think we know our next destination. Shall we ditch this island and just head north? We'll see what we can find. We'll head over to definitely merchant and map north from there. How was that? We just needed to find another Elder spawn. That was the missing link. Where did the barrel go? Excuse me, barrel. Barrel had nothing in it. What about the chest of goodies? Right. We mark the boat, right? Yes. We mark the boat. We mark the portal. Yes. Well, do we continue being thorough and come back up around the other side? You know what's actually painful? And I thought about this. Leaving my good gear in the boat so that I do not have to go portaling back to collect my pants and everything else. It was 3 minutes after that thought crossed my mind that I then put them in a chest beside my bed back at home instead of on the boat. Thought you were a one-star for a second there and I might have been in trouble. Right. Well, there's your problem. I do need to go around this mountain though. Come back up around north. I heard the skeleton. Where'd you go? Of course, there is still the chance we're going to get sucked off and then... sucked off the edge of the world. I know I tested actually a little bit on the creative world, I think. You can get close enough, I think, that the second smaller zoom can see the edge of the map. So if a second smaller zoom can see the edge of the map, we're probably at the point where we need to stop going east. I don't have a bow, so if I want to kill those deer, I'm going to have to rush them down with a blunt weapon and smack them on the head. With the attack speed. Never mind. Thank you, dear. We did just cook a fair amount of our deer meat. I won't say no to getting some back. I see Starfield through the corner of the map too there. This is the point where I start getting worried about being close to the edge of the world. It is so gorgeous to see the sunrise next to that trunk of tree. Oh yeah! Killed by its own kind, deer antler. What is it, Stagbreaker? It is visually just a massive antlers on a log, isn't it? Hey, there's a helmet we could mod in. Slash devs, please. The deer antler helmet. You can just run up to deer and antler fight them. Combine it with the Fenris armor, give yourself... And the move speed for Fenris is a set bonus, isn't it? That wouldn't work. I was gonna say combine it for the move speed. Charge at a deer. Twice the speed of mortal man. It would be great as a PvP thing. Yeah. Headbutting contests, just have players run into each other. That satisfying bone against bone smack that antlers make too. Look at that. You can just see the rapids out over the edge of the horizon. These guys stop being dicks for 3 seconds. You can just see the rapids out there. I don't have a terrible amount of health. Please stop. It takes so long. I need to swing first. Block first, then swing. Last thing I need is to die randomly out here, not to the edge of the world. I know you were talking with Jonathan the other day about the sundial technique. I'm still yet to learn how the sundial technique works. Does it translate to the moon? I suppose we could just look at the moon. I don't know where it is though. There it is, there's the moon. Does the same sundial technique, we're facing the wrong way, look north. Right. So if it does work the same, it's midnight. Annoyingly. I was gonna wait till sunrise and actually see if we could... You can barely see the rapids, but it's a bit more prominent at sunrise. I'm sure we'll see it as we boat further north anyway. I think if I ever join another community server run in this game, I'm gonna make my build in a Black Forest, due west or due east. Oh, is that how you ended off the edge of the map? You threw the ship off? I did wonder, actually. Part of me was curious how long ago you'd finished building and you just spent messing around with dev commands. So you built the boat and threw it all off then? Because the boat's made from building, right? I don't know how much health regular wood pieces have for buildings, but something like 200, I'm sure. I'm curious about whether or not you could have a boat with the raft mod shatter into pieces if you got the right collision damage sorted. Like throwing it down a mountain, for example. That would be amazing for the collision damage. Assuming you only need 200 damage and each hit does up to 60, I think, against buildings. Yeah, I figured you would have had the backup. Back up the world save if not using mod mechanics, so... What's that over there? Right, well, let's go back and get this rested buff. Fix all my armor up. Head up and find Haldor. Two ships slamming into each other would be fascinating to see using that mod. Flashbacks to me as a kid too. For all the times me and my cousins would ever build with Lego sets or anything like that, it wasn't that we didn't build it because we wanted a cool Lego set. We built it because we wanted to smash Lego. No better reason to build with Lego. We have the mats for the portal over there. I am going to need to set up a merchant portal, so we'll grab the mats for that now. And I guess that little part of my childhood never left me, though. You don't build it because you want a cool thing, you build it because you want to see it smash something else. All the way back to, like, even when you were super young. Did you ever have Rock'em Sock'em robots? My cousins used to have that game too. Like this, I'm not intentionally blaming my cousins for destructive personality. Attitude? What do you call it? There's a word somewhere out there, I'm sure. Any more food? Deer meat? Let's go get my pants. This is in the boat. I'll put the merchant portal down somewhere. I could honestly slap it there. Merchant with a capital M. Gonna be morning soon. That's why I wanted a chest, just to throw everything in, because I don't want to spend too long sorting. I just want to get back out there. Especially now that we have a destination that seems promising. Almost cruel to be sat here doing this. Right, so that's going out, that's going out. That is going here. Okay, that one here. Two. Going out. Stony. Going out. Treasure. Everything else is going out here in the waste. I think I can hear thunder. If my internet dies, probably won't be coming back. Back in the armor. Up we go. Let me snap this screenshot here and put it in Jonathan's Discord too real quick. You know what? I'm gonna hold off on that. I'll post that after we're done here. Get the tin. We'll just hold off on posting that screenshot. Knife. Pickaxe. Weapon. Arrows. Armor. On the portal. Food. And for some reason Jonathan left a phone. What do we repair? I swear we did, but apparently not. Radio. My cousins did have a lot of cool stuff though. On both sides of my family, actually. One side of my family had all of the electronic toys. They were the ones that had the Grand Theft Autos and all of the cool video games. So we'd go over there to do all sorts of nonsense on the early PlayStation. It's this game my aunt used to play, which was a beach ball. It was a beach ball platforming game, and you had to roll around on this 3D plane because it was like a 3D cube, but you only had certain roads you could take. You had to find ways to change gravity, and basically the game starts and stops at the premise of get the beach ball to the exit. Once you're at the exit, congratulations, beat the level. You played it, please? What is the name of the game? Because my aunt doesn't remember, and that PlayStation has long since been trashed. Several new generations have gone through using that console, and I have no idea. Don't get my hopes up like that. I have been hunting for that beach ball game for the longest time because I never played it when I was a kid. I was like, oh, that's a boring game. Why would I want to just play a boring game? Comparatively, same family. My cousin had Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and I was like, oh, that's the cool game. It's just a beach ball on a weird cube, and you would have to get the beach ball moving it one square at a time around this cube. And there were like spikes that would deflate the ball and all these other sorts of things too. No idea what it was. The only other game my aunt played was Croc Legend of the Gobos. And on the other side of the family, my cousin had all the collectibles. They had Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, they had everything. If you could collect it, it was on the other side of the family. Beyblades, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, the whole lot. They had it all. Actually, the only thing they didn't have was Bionicle. Speaking of which, Bionicle fans, there's a fan-made video game coming out for free based in the Bionicle world. Somehow, the owners of the Bionicle IP gave the rights away to a group of people to make the game for non-profit. That was, I think, the rules of the agreement. They're not allowed to sell the game for profit, but they are allowed to make and publish it. So there's a Bionicle game currently advertised on Steam, coming out sometime this or next year, I believe. And it's going to be, to my understanding, free to download. Rocks. Cooler world. Oh my good lord, you've found it! That's it! Cooler world! Where's my fridge? Teaspoon. God, you found that pretty quick. I spent years trying to search beach ball video game with no results. Go figure. Alright. The wind is heading southeast. Maybe we can get a northerly... Nope. Nope, the wind followed us around. Almost. Sort of. No, we might be fine. I normally think I'm pretty okay at Googling. It's one of the things a lot of people struggle with, is that adding more words is less likely to give you a good result. If you can somehow change what you're searching into less words, you're way more likely to find what you're looking for. But there's some that just to this day, I cannot figure out how to find the results I'm looking for. And that's the weird thing, right? It's the niche of not Googling something you know what you're looking for. Like if you Google definition of word, you know what the word is. But how do you Google for the word you're not sure of? And you know the definition of the word. How do you reverse Google stuff like that, right? That's, I think, a hidden talent a lot of people... Honestly, teaching kids how to Google properly would probably not be a wasted class in the IT field of curriculum these days. Even if it just covers the basics like plus, minus, equals, from, using the advanced filters that are given in the interface as well. It's got to be more useful than learning about Pentium 4s in whatever textbook they're using from 1998. I remember my senior year information technology class, we were told to go out and get a textbook from the library. So we did. Pulled it off the shelf. Then we were told that we had to do research and papers on that textbook. The textbook was so out of date, we basically ridiculed the teacher into giving up his curriculum and changing it out for something else. Senior year for me was 2012. Bear in mind, 2012 was when Windows 10 was announced. The i5 was several generations into its lifespan, or the i-series Intel Pentiums. And back then, AMD was still a laughingstock of the CPU world, but they were on the rise even back then. 2012, we got this textbook off the shelf of the library, and it told us the Pentium 1, just the Pentium, TM, was going to be the future of the CPU world because it had 6 megabit of capacity or whatever the hell they measure that shit in. We ridiculed him into completely changing his curriculum after reading that. And even what we ended up getting, which was a lot of administration stuff, we were basically taught how to do finance and accounting in IT when I went to school. I genuinely think it would have been way more beneficial to just get practical internet skills. Although, to be fair, back in 2012, you know, a lot of social media wasn't even super giant intercontinental... what do you call it? Global corporation crap? Words for all that sort of shit. Facebook has more money than most of the countries on the planet. Back in 2012, that would have been like, oh, conspiracy theory. Facebook would never be bigger than all of Europe's finances combined? What do you mean? I'm a long way in 10 years. Damn. That was 10 years ago. Okay, we stopped talking about the past now. The moment I realized how long ago it was, we stopped. Most important two parts of Googling are quotes, which are exact Google results, yes, and the minus, which is absolutely correct. If you know nothing else about Google syntax, double quotes will find you results with that exact phrase you're using. The minus will remove results with the word you type after it. But it's always disheartening. Using the double quotes, like searching pizza near me, and you get like results 3 hours away, and then you put it, this is a terrible example, right? But putting it in quotes, pizza near me, and it just comes back with there are very few results for this, and it still gives you the same answers. It's like, ugh. Times where I've had to search for movies based on the scene I'm thinking of from a movie. And the most recent one I can think of, actually, I think I was talking with Finnewan about a scene. She has an audio clip from Parks and Recreation where there's 2 people singing Don't Be Suspicious, and that's the name of the sound file. Don't be suspicious. I swear on my life that was from the Sandra Bullock and, what's her name? She was in Ghostbusters. Sandra Bullock and the other actor, Paula McCarthy? McCarthy, I think her last name is, but I swear on my life it was in that film about them like whisper fighting, and then one of them started singing it. But apparently not. Apparently I completely imagined that, Mandela Effect style, into the movie. The whole scene surrounding it, the situation leading up to it, all imagined. Because I've never watched Parks and Recreation, so there's no way I just got them mixed up. That's the baffling thing. If I'd watched Parks and Recreation, sure, like you could say, oh, you just got them mixed up, but I didn't know the show before I tried Googling for this scene. And the only thing I found was the exact audio clip, 1-to-1 from Parks and Recreation, despite me swearing it was in the McCarthy and Sandra Bullock movie. The one where they're both cops. As good as I can summarize that. That's a terrible summary. Synopsis. They're both cops. Plot summary. They're both cops. How's that for a sales pitch on a film? There's a river there. We'll just head north. We'll head north and around. Cut across south of my definitely merchant marker and we'll head north from there. So it was pitch work for Bad Boys? I've not actually seen that movie. I've seen clips from the Bad Boys films, which really makes me want to go watch them. They seem like great films, just light-hearted action flick, but back before light-hearted action flick meant that there were no stakes. Like, you know, you had films that could be comedies and also actually have stakes and have actors take things seriously. I'm long gone, and I know. Reams and reams full of MTG cards. You know, actually, I had a friend once who was getting out of Yu-Gi-Oh! Completely bailing on the franchise. And they sold me their entire collection. They wanted 400, I said 300, they said deal, I want them gone. I have something like 5,000 Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards of completely random variety, randomness, value as well, I suppose. With all these collection games, you end up with cards that are useless and printed out en masse, and cards that are rare and everyone wants. I've not sorted through them, but I've no interest in a Yu-Gi-Oh! My whole reason I purchased them was to resell them, but I've held on to them for 15 years. And I wonder if that was a gamble that paid off or hasn't, because I have no idea about the value of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card from 15 years ago today. They might be garbage. I know with Magic the Gathering, you get super rare ones like the Black Lotus. Black Lotus these days goes for quite a mint. But at the same time, there are plenty of cards from 1990s Magic the Gathering that aren't worth crap. Original prints, maybe, to a collector, but then you have to find a collector. I should go through them. I should at least make sure they're still in okay condition, because they are boxed and not sleeved. So there's a bit of wear and tear chance. As well as me never verifying the condition of cards in the first place. They were used to play, they weren't collector cards when I bought them. But he was getting out of the game, didn't want the cards, wasn't going to play anymore, so sold them off. He made his gambit. Back then, I actually think he used the money and put it towards a 970 GT Nvidia card. Fancy back at the time. And then a few months later, found out it didn't fit in his computer, so he sold that off too. At almost full price, considering he basically never used it, plugged it in once and didn't fit. See, you understand bankruptcy then. Gave almost all your first gen Pokemon cards to a friend for free when you were about 12 because you were bored with them. I mean, yeah. To me, it's like I get sentimental over certain things, but there is a perceived loss of value when you do stuff like that, isn't there? But at the same time, so long as they end up in a good... This is my thing, right? The guy who sold me all his Yu-Gi-Oh cards, they're sat in a closet, in a drawer, and they've not moved in 15 years. That, to me, has been a waste of money since, because I've not resold them on. Or perhaps, if you want to be positive, it's an investment. I've done bugger all with it. But if I'm going to give away, especially, let's say, a collectible card game, if I'm going to give away something like that, I would want them to go to a place that's actually going to see them either... I'm sentimental, so I would want to see them either preserved or used. If they go to a genuine collector who keeps them in mint condition forever, permanently, museum style, beautiful, I'm happy. They've gone to a good place. If they go to a kid who's gonna smear peanut butter on them but play them with his full heart on the table as well, absolutely don't mind. They've both been great places for those things to end up for me. I will admit though, the peanut butter thing does hurt a little. If I sold all these Yu-Gi-Oh cards off to some kid and he, you know, story comes along, peanut butter smeared, Blue Eyes White Dragon from first print gets smeared, I'm gonna... It's gonna hurt. But at least the kid got, you know, like, it's going to a place where... a good home. I don't know. To me, if I was the guy who sold me the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I would be upset they've sat in a closet for 15 years and done nothing. But especially with collectibles, there's always going to be a perceived loss no matter where they end up. I tell you, actually, talking about stupid things done as a child. Where's the land here? Is that shadows? The shadows are playing tricks on my eyes. Stupid things done as a child? I once had a ice cream tub full of collectible Tarzos from cereal boxes. They were just tiny little plastic things. Some of them spanned, some of them were just collectibles. Most of them were Looney Tunes. And I had the tub marked as 50 cents. I was like, yeah, it's just collectibles, right? I'll mark the tub as 50 cents. And we'll throw it out at a car boot sale or a garage sale or whatever you want to call it. I'm heading south. Okay. Alright. That's fine. We'll head back around the south of the island, come up west, and then north, right? Back here. So, to continue the story. Ice cream tub full of Tarzos. 50 cents or nearest offer. I think it was $1 or nearest offer on the box. And the guy said, oh, 50 cents. And I'll take the tub off of your hands. And I thought that was weird. Why does he want my tub of Tarzos? But I was just happy to get rid of it because I didn't want to put it back in my cupboard. I didn't want to put it back and then have more Tarzos because I'd not touched them in years. It was exactly 6 months after I made that sale at the car boot that I remembered I hid all of my Gen 1 Beyblades in the bottom of that tub. And then it clicked why this 30-year-old or 20-year-old was so excited to find a tub of Tarzos for 50 cents. Because my dumbass forgot all of my Gen 1 Beyblades are at the bottom of the tub, and he obviously saw them. So, rip my entire Beyblade collection. And I had Gen 1 rares. There was that turtle bit. There was the green Beyblade that came with a turtle bit, and it was meant to have super high defense. And it kicked everyone else's asses Not to mention, this is back when they had the metal piece in the center, before Hasbro became babies. Yeah, they're worth a mint now, and I mean like genuinely, they're worth a mint. Even used Beyblades from that series that I had apparently go for hundreds of dollars now. They weren't in great condition, so I don't think I would have got close to that, but it's... I mean, I didn't want to sell my Beyblades anyway. I'd still have those shits in my cupboard here. Get them out and spin them on the pavement. Stuff like that, too. Another thing I always think about is, like, future generations. Like, keeping toys might seem silly, but if you ever have a niece or a nephew come around, right now I'd have fuck all for a niece or a nephew to do here except watch TV, and I suppose the modern child probably would be happy with that. But imagine giving a kid a Beyblade and a Beyblade arena and saying, go nuts. That's why I'm salty about the Pokemon cards. Had first print shinies. Ooh, from the original set. Okay, that I understand being salty about. I've definitely had sales of things I've regret. Why are we this far down south? One of the things I regret selling was the first game of Draft MTG I ever played. I went down to an MTG store, played Draft. The first card I pulled, and I mean the first card out of Draft I pulled, was Sorum Solemn Visitor from Khans of Tarkir. Later on, after I stopped playing Magic the Gathering, I sold it to my cousin, who still was. He has since lost it in a collection of thousands of cards, and I'm likely never going to get it back, despite it having the irreplaceable sentimental value of the first Magic the Gathering card I ever owned. Like, how was that? The first Magic the Gathering card I ever personally owned was from a draft pick, and it's Soren Solemn Visitor. It's not even that I want the card to resell it, that's just irreplaceable story value, and I can't pull out the card and go, and here it is, because my cousin has it, lost in a pile of all of the, what do they call it, licks? The blue nerd that came out like 2 years later in 2016. Nyx, Journey to Nyx, wasn't that the pack? He bought a couple of $1,000 worth of Journey to Nyx boxes, and Sorum Solemn Visitor is gone. Even if he finds it, I don't even know if it'll be mine. He might have multiple at this point. You lost my backstory. But it kind of is. I don't like the card to me now has special. It's special to me. Like as a card, I think it's worth what, $6? Planeswalker, Sorum Solemn Visitor from Khans of Tarkir. It's not a valuable card, but to me, it's like that's my first card I ever got, and I sold it because I wasn't playing anymore. Traded it technically. And yeah, I kind of want it back. To be quite blunt, I kind of want that card back. Because it was my first ever card. I don't even know about the series that's from. I started in 2013 and I kicked Magic the Gathering in about 2015. Early 2016 maybe. Oh, have I got that mixed up? Because Khans of Tarkir was early 2015. But I remember I did play a lot with other, like I basically went around other people's places and they would say, here's my mono green deck. I never had the money to actually play Magic the Gathering myself. So I know Soren Solemn Visitor was definitely my first card, and that Cards of Tarkir, I think, was a 2015 pack. But I don't remember. I think it was 2016 when I kicked. After I'd collected all of my cards, I have a whole folder of sleeves, a whole lot, tokens. Put maybe $1,000 into the game total. Not a lot, mind you. I didn't have any meta decks. I wasn't deck hunting. I built what I got with what I found, and almost the moment I had a competitive mono green deck was the moment I stopped playing, weirdly. Well, I say competitive. Competitive as in it could win games occasionally. It really didn't stand a chance against a blue control deck or a black mill deck. Do we need any bronze stuff? Technically, yes. I'm still uncertain if I have the only bronze axe. So, we have the tin. At least one stack of tin is at home. We just need the copper. Started in beta, I think you left off at Ravnica? I need to head north here. Wasn't it, I forget, Black Lotus was in beta, or if it was first print, but I know Black Lotus was... It's the only card I know of from that early, just because it's so... I don't know if I'd say infamous or not, but it seems to have an infamy about it, just based on how strong it is. Was? I suppose is, depending on what version of the game you're playing. Standard or historic. Ravnica was 2005. That's a fair amount of time. Excuse me. It's definitely something I've realized. Especially playing weirdo games like American Truck Sim and Hunter Call of the Wild. When you look at a collection of things, like you would look at your from beta all the way to 2005 Magic the Gathering collection, I'm sure you could sum it up as way too much money spent. But it is something I've learned. It's Train Sim is another, video game version of this example. When you're spending, let's say $10 a paycheck, you go out, you buy a $2.99 filler pack, or whatever they call them. I've really forgotten what they call the little 15 card packs you get, but $2.99. Nowadays they're like $6.99 or $7.99, I suppose, depending on where you're buying it from, but if you do that once a paycheck, it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but when you play from 1998 to 2005. Might have even been earlier than that. You could accumulate one pack a fortnight, 15 cards every fortnight. You can definitely accumulate quite a collection through those years. And it's weird how the lens of hindsight, I almost said history, weird how the lens of hindsight changes how we reflect on financial purchases. Because at the time, using my example, at the time, me spending $6, $5.99 on a new map for Hunter Call of the Wild, couldn't care less, right? But I have people come up to me and say, how do you own every single DLC of this game? That's $400. It might be at full price. I'm bought a fair amount of that content at full price even. But piecemeal, every 6 months, for me, in the case of Hunter Call of the Wild, a new map is released. Every 3 months, you have a minor content DLC, something like a weapons pack, a skin pack, or whatever the case may be, cosmetic pack. But total that up, $12 every 6 months. It's really easy to start accumulating these things. Doesn't even have to be a collector's game to start. I mean, just look at Steam accounts in general. No specific game needed, just every Steam account. You'll eventually accumulate quite a plethora of games. Unless you're my parents, in which case you buy one and play only that one game. My mum plays Luxor too, HD. And it barely runs on her $300 netbook. But she's never going to go out and buy Luxor 3 or Luxor Moon Rising or any of those other ones. She's happy she's got her one game. That's a weird side tangent. The point is, you don't notice these minor expenditures. Getting a way to physically summarize them, like with a collector's thing. Card collecting games or tabletop games would be another one. You have a physical manifestation of the money you've spent. It's an interesting way to look back on how much money you have spent when you're given a physical means to reflect on it. That all aside, it's irrelevant to, you get some people that will, like my cousin, buy thousands of dollars of Journey to Nyx. That one pack that is now no longer in rotation and has all got out of circulation cards. Yeah, he spent $1,600 or something on that collection. There are whales in every community, I think, but even him must reflect back on the money spent on that hobby and wonder. Probably more so him must reflect on the money spent on that hobby and wonder. Considering I don't think he plays anymore either. You don't have to spend a whole lot. You can spend very little very infrequently and still collect quite a lot of financial expense in hobbies like that. I know I did. I splurged a couple of times on Magic the Gathering. Bearing in mind, I've got a collection that, at price, I paid maybe $1,500 for my in total collection. You think each card pack was, when I was buying them, $5.99, $6.99, depending on what set. You'd have some, like, quote-unquote, more likely to have rares and all this other garbage too. There was also last year's set that were on sale, still in rotation. I'm ignoring you, you're not there. I'm too busy to think about other things. We're just gonna vote. I'm too busy talking about nonsense to think about other things here. But the point to be made is that I never really spent a lot of money. I went out and I bought sleeves for $15 for 100 sleeves or something. I went out and I bought cases and packs and those little cubes with the lid that would flip up. I bought the folder. I bought a bunch of dice as well, fancy dice too. I did buy a lot of decent stuff, but it was never... I never thought of it as like, oh, I'm burning money on this hobby. It was like, oh, dice for $4.99? Deal. I'll buy 3 card packs this paycheck. That's $15. Deal. It was always tiny little purchases here and there but yeah, at the same time, I was in the game for a couple of years and I have $1.5 grand worth of Magic the Gathering sitting in a drawer somewhere. Should I get the portal set up and ready to drop down? We do have mistlands around this area, so... I can drop down the portal at the next safe piece of land I prop up to if you want, Jonathan. I don't know if you're planning on boating around with Chris or myself, or if we have enough for a third call. I have Black Forest up ahead, so I can drop a porter down if you want. I'm gonna have to make port here. There's a pillar up ahead. There we go. I do quite enjoy the fact that OBS has all of the internet it needs, has all of the CPU power it needs, and it still just screams and shouts that it has the inability to stream anything. The little square goes red despite having 4,000 kilobytes a second, and I drop frames. And it's usually around this time that it starts flickering too, which is very frustrating. That flickering thing is something I've never been able to figure out, and I think it either is something in the encoder or something in the back end of the program that just will not figure itself out. And the result, flickering stream and OBS complaining a lot. Let me have a look. Oh, we've got some light left in the day. 4,000 is actually pretty decent. Although my phone isn't loading the stream at all. You need, I think for 1080p, for lossless 1080p, you need something like 6,000. 8,000 maybe even, actually. I'd have to refresh on that. For lossless 720, actually maybe that's it. For lossless 720 it might be 6,000. But if you're not running lossless, if you're running decent encoder with decent settings, you can get away with easily half that. But I record at lossless, and the bitrate on that is insane. I don't stream at lossless. But for some reason, OBS just shits itself no matter what the bitrate is. It'll peak at 6,000, like it'll drop out and lose frames, and then when it picks back up, it'll spike at like 5,800, even though that's not my requested bitrate. No idea what the quirk of the program is, but runs fine. 4,000 is high 720p if you got a good encoding setup. 3,600 is like average. You start noticing problems below there. And the thing that I find frustrating is it's never the bitrate that's the issue for me. Like playing racing games or any other fast-paced game with quick movement, even, you know, animations on Crash Bandicoot. I've seen all the VODs even after exporting to YouTube and going through YouTube's Litz mincer of an algorithm, encoding system or whatever they use. It still actually looks fine. It holds up even through YouTube's end. The only thing is this random drop frame thing that happens. Stream at 6,000 for 720? It's way better for lossless stuff, yeah. But I'm definitely not running at lossless encoding. How's the bird doing? It's fine. The thing I dislike about the OBS problems is that the only solution I've found so far is to kill OBS. Start a new version of OBS. I hope that one doesn't have the same issues 3 hours later. That's not a solution though, that's literally... I don't even know if that's a workaround. That's an abysmal thing to have to do. Restart the program, turn it off and on again. I know it's the first thing you're told, jokingly or otherwise. Turn it off and on again. Because it solves a lot of problems, but it shouldn't be the only way to solve an issue. But I've not found anything else that helps. OBS just seems to sometimes go downhill and there's no way except for starting a new version of OBS. I don't know if it's just because I stream for so long either. There might just be the fact that is unavoidable is that I might stream to the point where the program can't handle a sustained connection like that. Whether or not it's the program's fault or the fact I'm running it on Windows, who knows. Run with admin privileges? That's also another pet peeve of mine, is that being a solution, because no. Not even Windows gets admin privileges, not on my system. Shit, Windows doesn't even have access to some of my hard drives. I lock the hard drives to my user account and remove system from the privileged user list, so if a program ever tries to access that drive, it goes drive inaccessible. Windows can fuck off, and everything else with admin privileges can too. Including OBS. But I will admit that's an annoying solution, is giving it more rights to do things. Genuinely, that's one of the reasons I want to move over to Linux, because everything running in its own self-contained environment and file system just sounds like way less of a headache to troubleshoot. A, because if you run into problems at that point, it basically boils down to, well, you might as well restart it or reinstall it because it's in its own self-contained environment. I also just like the security idea. You don't need access to root user on a Linux machine to run a Linux machine. You only need access to root user if you're going to mess with a Linux machine. And the same goes for programs. That logic applies forward and throughout across the entire device. I was going with Windows 11 being forced out last year onto devices that couldn't handle it and bricking the device because they had a what was the motherboard? Trusted. It was like a trusted something on the motherboard by name. It was called Trusted Protocol. Windows would use that to verify that it was a legit version of Windows, and if it wasn't a legit version of Windows, it would basically lock the hard drive down, remove all the user permissions to access the data, and then never boot again. I don't know if it also unsigned whatever this trusted piece of software was on the BIOS, but it possibly unsigned parts of the mainboard so that it just flagged your whole computer as illegal. Great software telling users what it can and can't do again. But thankfully, they stopped doing that, and they no longer force Windows 11 out as a compulsory update called 22H... Was it 22H4? Or 22 something. I think at the moment I'm stuck on 20H2, the one from 2019. And I've told all of my major updates to defer by 300 days. So I'm probably on a time limit before I get Windows 11 forced on me. However, my original plan was that that time limit was basically the time I had to learn how to use Debian or some offshoot of Debian. And my boot operating system was going to be Debian. Windows is going to run on a virtual environment underneath. It still is my plan. I just actually have to see it through and not be lazy. There's a serpent on the port. It doesn't get forced on you anymore. Because that up there, it did brick computers with the wrong TPI. That is the anagram. It did brick computers. Why are we so slow? I feel like the boat's at half speed. Oh, TPM as well? I don't know. All I know, it was trusted something. And Windows 11 fucked with it. If you had the wrong version of trusted whatever protocol, you would brick your computer from ever booting again until you either reset your BIOS, firmware, whatever the case may be. Yes, now Windows 11 is not allowed to install unless there's a correct piece of hardware that says yes. There's an entire Windows service right now in Windows 10 that was also forced out without your say in the matter. Did we get the boat? Did we get the set? We did. John's gone for a swim. We'll just reverse up to it, shall we? The entire reason this piece of software, service now on Windows, even exists is because Windows used to brick devices by pushing out Windows 11. But there is now a piece of software somewhere in the Windows operating system that will check whether or not your device is compatible for Windows 11. It did not exist originally a year ago when Windows 11 first came out, or 9 months or whatever it was. Let's scoop it up. It's low enough we might be able to get the scales, but we have serpents to deal with. I'm sure there were idiots that didn't read the minimum requirements, but I mean, yeah, those people get what you get out, what you put in. We need a repair. We have a black forest behind us. Just gonna reverse into this river here. But no, there was a Windows 11 prep update that gave you the Windows 11 update tools. And if you then put in the next feature update on your computer, you had Windows 11. I'm sure there were also idiots that opted into installing the I'm not going to call it malware, but I mean... seems malicious, that's for sure, sometimes. Alright, we need a repair. Do I have the materials? Lovely. It is. I worked with machines that had auto updates enabled somehow, and you know, given the kids aren't allowed to press the update button because we block any user account from accessing the update system entirely, the only thing left is the system itself. Having to uninstall Windows 11 and reinstall Windows 10 is a thing I will never forget. It may have lasted for less than a month because we just killed Windows Update, to be sure, but within the week, but no idea how long the problem existed in the wild. All I know is a couple of months after we rolled back our machines was when that software started appearing in Windows 10 that checked if you were allowed to have Windows 11. That also installed without our consent, funnily enough. Windows is a fan of putting things on machines without asking the user. There's now also a Windows Update security service that none of us opted into at work. That's great. That one popped up out of nowhere. Windows Update Security Service, along with the inability to actually set your Windows Update delay time anymore. The only way to enforce a Windows Update delay time like I have on my machine is to enforce it as an administrator. Apply it over group policy so that my machine at a system level has no privileges to override the domain admin. Because system admin can. If you set group policy at system admin level, it'll just say, hey, oh, Windows Update Security Service, notice you have a problem with Windows Update. We'll revert you back to immediate feature updates. Thanks, Windows, for telling me how to use my computer. I'm not a big fan, if that isn't partly obvious. But Windows 11 was just basically the thing that was going to make me move off the platform entirely. Having said that, considering I would be learning Linux, it's the entire reason I was basically going to have Windows in a virtual environment is because I don't entirely know I have the confidence to stand behind Linux as a base operating system yet. Clouded on my judgment by beliefs, I work with this shit. I work with fleets of a couple of thousand computers. We had entire suites of computers update to Windows 11. I don't know what else to tell you except it did happen at work. Fixed it. We had to get the computers and roll them back. That's about as much as a belief as... yeah, at that point, no idea. Badly managed. The school is the best in the state and accredited as such, and the last IT manager that set it up got poached by an international IT firm. But no, poorly managed. Centralized software is poorly managed, I'll give you that. Some of the stuff corporate tell us to install on these systems is just why. The partnerships and contracts that Central have, and we must use this and that. It's probably half the reason the school is so sought after as the blueprint for what is the template. It's the template for what the rest of the state should be aiming for at this point. And I think half the reason that's the case is because the old manager, before he left, fought absolutely tooth and tail, hammer and nail, to get hardware and software that wasn't contractually mandated by the state. The commercial version is a manual install. If you're actually like opting into it, but most of these sites run on key management services. The license is prepaid for in advance because we simply have the server that says you have activated this product. As far as a commercial install, you might be right, but I can verify absolutely 100% that was not the case. Judging by Windows and Microsoft's other ventures into automatic software distribution without user consent, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised you didn't know about it. I thought it was commonly known about. How far we've actually gone complete too far west. The only ones that seemed to be consistently safe from the update were the ones on admin, because they're on a completely closed network. Admin actually... The VLAN 400, or VLAN 200 it used to be, I think. We used to run admin through that. VLAN 200 had no access to the internet. It was all basically proxied through from the regular internet connection, which ran through the curriculum service, and then patched. Specifics on that I don't know, but admin seemed to be the only machines that were actually immune to any of these Microsoft pushing out random garbage. The only thing they get automatically, because we do have a WSUS server, the only thing they get is security patches. Oh, you want to head to the west? Sure. I know that the admin gets security patches though, because it was one of the prep updates for Windows 11. Blue screened a ton of computers because they messed with a DLL file that used Kyocera printing, or Kyocera printer drivers called in this DLL file. So if you ever printed to a Kyocera printer, your computer would just blue screen because the DLL file was basically corrupt. I remember the official notes on that patch, the Kyocera DLL file problem. Hang on, I can't sail off, I need a portal, don't I? The official notes on that were, we're not going to fix it, you can get stuffed. But I'm pretty sure they have to still contractually hold up their end of the deal to long service, what do you call it, the long service package users. And 1809 was one of the affected platforms, Windows 10 1809, and that is a long service lead branch of Windows that is still in rotation. What's happened to the portal? Oh, was it renamed from blank to John? That's a little awkward. Maybe I should go through. Kyocera printers are dog shit. They've actually been one of the few good brands we've had. I think, what are we? Kyocera, Canon, or what's the other one? There's another printer brand that we meant to prioritize because of government bullshit. The Canon ones have been a nightmare. Kyocera's service has been a nightmare, to be fair. If you get in touch with a business manager or a business coordinator or a sales rep, you're fine. But the moment you get put over to service, forget it. But their printers have been some of the only that have actually worked. Plug and play, more or less. I'm trying to think. I know the printer at the school I manage was a Canon, and that thing's a nightmare. Half the trays forget they exist. The stapler sometimes doesn't work or forgets it exists. The drivers, good lord. Those things, if you can even find the right driver you're meant to install for this Canon... whatever it is. Monstrosity, that's the word I'm thinking of. Half the time it's like, not only is it driver specific, it's also operating specific, architecture specific. And then even then, depending on what user logs in, they get a different driver. To be fair, and be devil's advocate, I think half the problem with our Canon printer is that whoever set up a no-touchy admin server that I'm not allowed to go near half-assed the printer system, because we have services enabled and disabled that we got stuck. Did the John one take you to the other end of John? Let me rename this. Because blank is connected. Sorry. New portal is pop. That's why blank didn't connect. There you go. Blank thought it was already connected. Sorry. I just caught up with that, but pop should work and bring you back here. Have you got Twit2Woo? Twit2Woo just lit up. You lit up Twit2Woo. Good lord. What actually is happening with portals? The portal you went through was unnamed. There is no portal on the other side. You're using Twit2Woo, so PUP, all lowercase, is still here blank. I'm starting to think the blank portal might be broken. Because the blank portal before... portal you went through, it was unnamed, there's no portal on the other side. So you do not have a portal back, John. Where did it take you? You're in the same land as Frey right now. When you get to the boat, take down the John portal, you have your own portal maps on you. Okay. I am going to see if blank connects anywhere. Blank is not connecting. And that is making me worried. Alright. I'm gonna have to start using Quirt then. I need something else I can quickly type, but I was hoping just to place it and run. That's not good. John is also now not connecting too. That's not good. So... you typed John all lowercase when we got off at the boat, right? The capital J? Oh, idiot. Right here.
Hello
it's
there.
Right here. not connecting because it's red. Okay, I'm having a moment. Tone, welcome in. Alright, backspace blank. Does this light up? 1, 2, 3. Let's actually break it and re-break and reconnect it, shall we? Welcome in, Tone. Oi, oi, oi. Blank works again. John lowercase is back up and running then. Alright. Set my mind straight. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the net. It is my stream. I'm halfway through a can of creamed rice and still haven't found Haldor. But we have an inkling as to his location. How was your stream, Tone? I need to head back down. I didn't shout. The pop portal. Yeah. Kenny Payne, welcome in. Azad, welcome in. Free bird searching currently, yes. I've set my eyes on the prize today. I'm not logging off until we find Haldor. I do need to, my phone is the stream buffering at all? My phone hasn't stopped buffering ever since I've tried loading it in a couple of times. It still buffers. I use my phone to make sure the quality's fine, but it just permanently buffers. Could be the app. The tracker's always been a bit scuffed sometimes. Yeah, I upped mine to 720 because I wanted to see the actual stream, but it'll load. Oh. Hang on. Nope. Phone isn't loading right now. Although my phone has been having network issues lately, so but it's just buffering. I just get a spinny wheel. How much your stream turn? What were you playing today? You do have Black Forest in there too.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow, Shiny Ping. Shiny Ping? Shiny? Might need a little... I always give him a go, but sometimes it's elusive. You got it right the first time? I don't remember the first time. I'll stick with Shinny Peen. Shinny... See, I can't do it. I've overthought it too much and now I can't pronounce it at all. You were in Valheim? Were you doing more of Suki's Build World today? Or do you have another run on your mind? Shenipian. Alright, I can try and roll with that. They're running
By the
around
way,
Sukheim.
do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for
criminal scum?
Just asking.
Currently half a can of rice cream, that's the fine.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Burb Empire. I need to head, naturally, directly into the wind.
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk. Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is health is
Splash some cold water on my face and get a fresh cup of tea soon, I think.
Water, drink, water, bitch.
Thank you for the lurk and stable
water,
boost.
drink, water, bitch. Drink, water, bitch. Drink, water, bitch.
Thank you for the hydrate Goobin. My phone permanently buffers. Let's drop it down to 480p and see if I can get anything out of it. I don't know if it's a network problem or just... It could be three things. My phone has been having network issues. OBS is currently throwing a hissy fit. And Twitch mobile app is sometimes a bit fishy. Infinite buffers on your end too? It's either a comment about my phone or if everyone else is getting buffering as well, I'm just gonna restart OBS. Where are we? Referring to phone. Good on there. Alright. I'm just gonna kill the app. What? Actually, hey. Turn it off and on again. Let's just kill the app. And restart it. What does it do if I restart Twitch app? Nothing, still buffering. I don't know. Problem, but not me when my head is a mess. There's more planes up ahead. It looks like planes. I don't know if that's a complete river either. The stream hasn't buffered since the raid. I think, well, I was gonna say whether it has or hasn't might just have to live with it, but if everyone has been getting buffers, just say and I can restart OBS. If it's fine, I'll live. My phone can just have its own hissy fit for the time being. Here we had... There is a river there, actually. That's where... is where we stopped. Alright. That's not an alert. What are you doing? Hello? Oh, it's the opposite effect. People play sound alerts to get scared. Apparently I've got the sound alerts just so I get confused. It's not in the game. It's not a sound alert. It's actually real? No way. Excuse me, give me a second. Remind me. It's fishy, fishy, fishy. A real one. I never that's the opposite effect. You see, like, Tuna still jumps when he hears the troll sometimes. I suppose being on a permadeath puts you on edge too, but apparently the opposite effect here, right? I just assume it's the sound alert now, not the real thing. That is a serpent. Thing in the water. Big, giant eel. Drops scales, which are very high value. You need them for one of the best tower shields in the game. And its meat is actually pretty high stat. You get a pretty fair amount of stamina and health from cooking those things up. So. It also comes with a really cool trophy. If you can actually get the trophy, which I know we're not collecting trophies and making pretty worlds, but worth mentioning, a harpoon would make the scales easier and a trophy would be a happy accident along the way. I bloody well heard the alert again, and I was like, oh, I'll just check chat. There's no way there's one over here. It's the same one behind me, screaming again. Okay. We're at half health.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Mission failed? Hope not. So far, I suppose. Alright, push that out. Do I... Getting very tired of playing things. It is... Actually, Chris, I don't know if you were off getting dinner when I made the discovery, but apparently all you need for Black Forest is just the edge of the map, and it's just pure Black Forest. I found a massive island off on the direct east from spawn, with a river down the center and everything. It didn't have Haldor, but it was just beautiful. Didn't need Haldor, just the fact it didn't have a plains attached to it was more than enough for me. Oh, we may have gone too wide here on the exit. Are we fine? Day 165. I was going to make a joke about that being all spent searching for Haldor, but unironically 60 of those days have been. Almost a third, over a third at this point of our run has been Haldor searching. 60 out of 100? Yeah, that is over a third, isn't it? He's in this river, isn't he? Yes? He's in this river. Damn these hidden rocks that I can't bloody well see. This is why I go under. At least I can see the tiny rocks when I'm doing this camera view, but it's so difficult to actually see what's up ahead. Never mind. Am I genuine? What did I hit? Really? I'm having no luck. It's a real thing, no one is trolling. I'm not used to hearing serpents. They spawn too rarely. Of all the time that we've spent in boats today, we've seen... well, that was the third serpent, I think. Alright. Around the rock. It was definitely there the whole time. That rock absolutely did not spawn in the moment I appeared next to it. Planes up ahead. On all sides, by the looks of it. Have I cornered myself? No, right? More Black Forest? Nice. This is the strat, right? This is it. We're in the final home stretch, right? Right? If I'm on Valheim, Stardew got cancelled. Stardew is on Mondays. We'll be playing Stardew tomorrow morning with Warlock. Better be there, I'm gonna have to fire a canonically. Flamethrower. Hey! Mod in a flamethrower will burn down every Black Forest in protest until Haldor shows up. That'll work. There's an elder spawn. I'm also trying to keep an eye out. So I'm pretty sure the runes in the dome are visible from a little distance away. Not seen anything. Half health. Gonna lurk, so I don't see you later on. Have a good rest of your day too. Please. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you for the good luck, because at this point we're gonna need luck. We've already ruled out just covering the entirety of the map. We've mapped basically every continent. Though I've skipped a little bit here, jumping straight up to Elder Spawn, so I'm hoping my gamble pays off, because, well, the alternative is that I just start circling outward from this Elder Spawn until I find him. But at this point I feel like we've mapped actually the inner half. The inner half of the map has basically had every continent outlined by one of us or all of us. So at this point, luck is probably the only thing we have going for us, it feels like. Hey Tom Creighton, welcome in. My voice didn't crack, your voice cracked. Storks over there. Flames over here.
Scooby-Ba-Ba-Ba.
Thank you, board. Thank you, board, for the tone. Thank you, tone, for the board. We have more black forest up there. I should make port, drop down a portal, and actually get on this island on foot, because it's big enough that I think we might be onto something here. And also because I don't want to paddle upwind, we're turning around and doing exactly that. Radio. We'll go a little ways away. Oh, actually, we could put the portal in that tower. Preemptively name it Merchant? Why not? Let's all in. Let's all in. The Merchant's here. We're gonna name... No, this is too close to the plains, isn't it? We'll be somewhat smart. We'll find another tower. The portal in there. And we'll preemptively name that portal Merchant. That way we're guaranteed the Merchant is on this island, because we named a portal after him. The map without the markers is, let me park the boat first, but it's, you know, it's a fair way explored. Not for lack of trying that we haven't found Haldor yet. Let me go home though, because I do think I need a fresh cup of coffee. Great off onto the boat, but I just hear a dead great off grunt at me. I'll assume the latter. Safely back at home. So. Get inside. The map so far, from the center outwards, we live south of where we spawned. But we've mapped most of the continent north, with the exception, of course, of a bit of land here, but there's a giant mountain right there, which I think rules out the rest of this coast, as well as the swamp covering the north coastline as well. This part here has a lot of, I think it's... we found a bit of swamp. There's meadows here. Meadows, black forest, plains and black forest here. Maybe this one could do with a revisit. You've got this whole strip over here that I think will be my next best bet. We turn back on boss markers. That's where I found Elder. So my plan currently at the moment is Elder and then spiral outwards. We do have another Elder as well, and if there is land here, that's also a possibility. But a lot of this other space we have mapped close enough at least that he would have popped by now. Using Elder as a central reference point though, I think there is space over here to the west that could be explored. And there's definitely some black forest here, but it was boxed in by plains down south, a mountain in the west, and more plains up the north. I think this part here, mountains here, black forest, and I think it was mostly plains here. But there's enough. This is the thing, like, I don't know how tiny the black forest has to be for it to count for Haldor. The black forest might be as tiny as his dome. I mean, this mountain here is too small for wolves to spawn, but would something that size still count in the middle of a place like this if it were black forest? Going to hop back. I'll have to catch that in a second. I went all the way out here though, and I found there was a castle that had a marker for the Elder up north. So that's my current gambit. We'll just explore outwards, mapping continents, hoping we find something. But so far, I actually think at this point we spent more time hunting for Haldor than we have doing the reverse boss part of the run. Which is fascinating, but... Alright, I do need a quick break. Get to the restroom and boil the kettle and get myself a fresh cup of tea. So, be 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes top. Don't go way to the west if you don't plan to discover Mistlands. If we... Oh, another totem. 2 totems. Nice. But I don't think we're too worried about Mistlands. If we get to the point where the Mistlands update becomes a threat to the reverse boss run, I think it's hopeless. That might be a too far gone kind of like, that's the point where I think we just concede, isn't it? The Mistlands update launches. I mean, they say it's coming out Q3, but I'll admit I'm expecting a delay announcement coming Q3. I think they're going to announce it coming out Christmas. So if Mistlands comes out during Christmas break and we're still here, I don't know if that's just a me thing, but I feel like that might be a we need to concede or rethink our strategy at that point, or just gone for it. Just do it at that point, because when Mistlands drops, the reverse boss run turns into Mistlands first. Technically. If you're uncomfortable with the Mistlands, at least there won't be a boss to kill. True. We can soft lock the map so that it cannot spawn in the Mistlands boss. There you go. There's the strat. From your experience from those, which route at the marker should have... Yeah, you can get pretty far away. The boat from the coast should be able to search fairly far inland. It's more just covering your ass, running inland, to see if he's just that little bit further. Game plan has to change. We go from hunting Haldor to just covering all the Mistlands so nothing spawns. But I'm gonna take a really quick break. Fresh cup of tea and a quick restroom break. Shouldn't be longer than a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Hello there.
Hello, and I'm back. Did I get a coffee? Yes, I got my cup of tea. Hey Molly, welcome in. Thank you for the great success, Coupon. I'm tempted to kick OBS out, but we're on the home stretch. We don't need to. We're just going to get back in the boat and we're going to find Haldor. Go. The fires have gone out. The world has left us behind. Pick up. Freya's down south, John is in bed. I think portal is ready to go. Let's hope we actually reach our destination. Near water! We made it. That's good. Alrighty. Fresh cup of tea. Viking board indeed today. Lovely fresh cup of tea. Now, that's what we're doing. I remember. Creep the boat in a little bit closer. I'm going to put everything back down. Because this is the merchant. Guaranteed. Look at that, see? Portal connected. A portal connected, therefore the game can no longer make a liar out of me. This is the merchant. We're going to find him on this island. Pop up any second now. Any second now. Any second. We've mapped all the coast of the Black Forest. Swamp here, Black Forest and Elder, we mapped all of that. We mapped along the west, and there's plains and swamp along north, but we will continue around in a second. I'm just going for a light jog through to make sure he's not just a little bit further inland. That's what we need. Just a little bit of a double check. Hello, sir. Such a promising island. I've labeled it merchant. If you go through the merchant portal, it leads to this island. It must be this island. The game wouldn't make a liar out of me, surely. How could the game have a portal labeled merchant that doesn't lead to the merchant? That's just unthinkable. Speaking of... Look, now there's even a map marker that says merchant. He has to be here. Legally. We can take him to court if he's not here. Start collecting records of all the islands he's not been in and sue him for every single one. But there is a fair chunk of inlands. Black Forest. There's a fair chunk of inland land. I don't know what the chance of him being inland here is. Another cave. False advertising. Portal says so, therefore it must be true. Do I go east or map that island just north of me? The island north of you has Mega Mountain on it, but it definitely could do with a bit more exploration. I don't have the coastline of that Mega Mountain island mapped, actually. It just looks like we skirted around the outside. Well, I'm dead smack in the middle of the island, and I think if this hasn't spawned him in, we're not going to. There's a mountain in front of me. Water behind me, but we're close enough to the coast on this side now that that's not going to pop him in. Mountain plains, we could head back up north, but if we're going to head back up north, then I might as well just get back in the boat and coast around the outside. I feel like at this point, we've searched most of the inland stuff we were going to grab. And if we're coasting the outside of a mountain, he can only be more towards the coast than us. Surely. So, no luck. One strike to the game for lying. How dare they name a portal merchant and not lead me to the merchant? Definitely blame the game for that. This water. Mistlands and water. Then there's no chance he's not here. Oh, a lovely Black Forest castle in the Mistlands. Does have a certain appeal to it. I suppose blueberries could be a nice stamina boost. I guess we more or less got a sneak peek of what's up north though. Plains, Mistlands, a little bit of swamp. Suppose we'll continue north and we'll jump over to any other neighbouring continents. South is the return trip at this point, so heading north further out is the first thing to do before returning. I mean, hey, I placed 3 definitely merchant markers. If one of them has the merchant, I'll take a 1 in 3 potluck. Should have trusted my gut, I guess. Because I have not explored any of the definitely merchant places except for the south. I have definitely merchant marked where Whole Ass Island is right now. Besides that, the only other one was maybe merchant up where Mount Phobie is now as well. Where was the third definitely merchant? Surely it's just buried somewhere in all the mess of icons at this point. Ooh! I found there's a heat buff in the game. May have been there for a while, actually. I wonder if the heat buff counteracts the wet buff, like the wet drive mechanic? Maybe heat is what causes... I know fire causes the... When you're wet and you go sit next to a fire, it ticks down super fast. I have to assume the heat buff is going to be used for the Ashlands, but I suppose that would make it a debuff. Same as freezing in the mountains. This open expanse of water is making me paranoid. I can see the terrain loading in front of me, and I don't like that. It's like a moment of fear that I was actually going to fall over the world's edge, even though I know it's nowhere near me. Yeah, so Ashlands looks like it's going to get a heat debuff, same as the freezing debuff in the mountains. I don't know how we counteract that. It was actually something I was, me and Gradgar were throwing hypotheticals at the wind to see what stuck. And we believe flam metal armor is the natural course of events, of course. You've got meadows, Black Forest. Black Forest gives you the key to go to the swamp. The swamp gives you Wishbone to go to the mountains to get silver. And Fighting Murder gives you the tears to make artificer goods. Is that the right word? But the tears let you then make the windmill, and barley, and flax come from the plains. There's like a natural progression of things, and it's half forced by biomes naturally flowing into each other, and it's also half forced by the equipment you get when you fight each boss. Something we thought was flam metal armor, or some kind of fire armor, seems like the absolutely natural predecessor to going into the far north. Speaking of which, not long before. Because the far north has freezing that I think even frost resist permeates through even regular frost resist, doesn't it? It's been a while since I've been to the far north, but I do vaguely... I don't remember what part of the game I was up to when I went there. I know it was in my... I know I've been there in my creative world, but I don't remember when I got there naturally. But I vaguely remember it having freezing effects that just permeated beyond having frost resist. Or at the very least, that was part of the theory of why we would need Flametto to traverse the deep north, because it would be untraversable without some kind of fire armor. Or fire potion? Possibly. Plains on the right. I was about to say, but we're still in the Mistlands. What a giant piece of land. So long as I stay far out enough from the Mistlands, I get the sun because the ocean has the sun. But I'm trying to think, how would you go to the Ashlands? Because we're running out of biomes to chain into each other. We've got Yaglu Thing, which Lord knows what Yaglu Thing turns into that points us towards the Mistlands. The Mistlands either point to the ocean or the deep north. Actually, there's actually several ways you could go. Mistlands don't have to go to either of those. They could also go to the Ashlands, Ashlands into deep north, and deep north to the ocean as the final biome. Ocean as the final biome actually opens up a ton of interesting options for how you do late game Valheim. And all this is purely speculation hypothetical. But imagine currently you fall off the edge of the world, you die. It's a desert down at the edge of the world. There is nothing over the edge of the map except for a flat desert and a couple of bits of ashlands here and out. What if you fall off the edge of the world and it is the late game ocean biome? You have to go off in a specially prepared boat or something like that. They could still keep the kill wall for every other boat. And this boat gives you immunity. Some nonsense. I don't know how they'd manage it. But I love the idea of flying a boat off the edge to fight the final boss in a giant ocean below the world. How you'd get back up, I don't know. Whether or not that's like a send-off to the end of the map, or if they let you put a portal and do something else crazy, I don't know. How neat would that be though? Given what we know about the water generation currently, the idea that they just terraform what's around the map on the outside of the world into the new ocean biome for the final boss. And you go... That would leave the progression between the biomes as meadows into black forest, into swamp, into mountains, into plains, into Mistlands, we know is coming next. And then from that it would be Mistlands, Ashlands, deep north, and then the ocean biome. Just plummeting off the edge of the map to fight the world serpent themselves? I don't know. Speculative thought is... It's a curious exercise in futility, isn't it? Everything I just said may never come to happen, and I may have just imagined a better Valheim than I'll ever play. At spawn for more stone? Wait, actually. We don't have a stone for the Mistlands boss, do we? Given that the spawn stones are the entire mechanic of getting powers from the boss fights, they'd either have to make more room or figure out another entire mechanic. It's not too far of a stretch to tie the power to the trophy itself, but that does make it a little... Hello, good sir! How are you doing today? I can't tell if that's an iceberg or a leviathan, but it looked like eyes, and I'm starting to think we're in the deep north. That's just a piece of ice, isn't it? I freaked out. It looked like eyes. They really do look like eyes. I'm worried. No, they really do look like eyes though, don't they? What is going on? We were definitely deep north, but why are they glowing so specifically? I don't like that at all. I don't like that in the slightest. Hey, can I leave? Going back this way. It's the same spot on all of them. That freaked me out. They look like leviathans, but made of ice. I thought they were, like, actual leviathans at first, but it should have clicked because the eyes are blue, not green. Ugh, Mistlands. I see trees. I see swamp trees. I see land. This is a rather big island. It would be nice to get to the other side of the island before I hit the edge of the map, but... yeah, I suppose they would. Either, I mean... What did the spawn stones have before Yaglu? This game's been in early access and beta testing for a while, right? Was there ever a point it was playable before Yagluth was in the game? Curiosity as to what happened with the spawn stones during that period of time. But they do have a fair amount of, like, the actual area around the spawn stones that's a safe zone seems fairly large. They could definitely expand the area. It's not something I'd thought of, actually. I see trees. It's either, that's fir trees, so that's either a mountain or a black forest. Since I don't see pine yet, I'm betting on mountain. There are some down here too. There's no way a mountain would be down that low to the coast, surely. They're in the deep north. I mean, at this point, can we rule it out? Can we rule out Haldor is not in the deep north? We've looked bloody everywhere else. Are you kidding me? No, this is Black Forest. Let me back. I swear I just heard Feelings chuckle at me. I still haven't tapped Deep North and I don't plan on it yet. Let me out. Do you think he... Okay, so the Deep North is just static, right? You cannot get Deep North... Same as Ashlands. It's just once you're in the Ashlands, it's permanent, isn't it? There's no way he'd be there. There'd be no way for a Black Forest to spawn that far up, right? Oh, far out. Okay. Great off Shaman that's blue. And I somehow dodged all the poison. I'm gonna pop down a portal. If you want to come through, it's called Merchant. I'm being hopeful again. Can you look? Oh. It's this shit. It's right here. It's this. I'm certain of it. I just need to prove it. I've got everything except definitive proof that those little fireflies spawn greyling and grey dwarfs. Oh, this is the tiniest Black Forest. Yeah, no kidding. Fir trees were from the mountain. Wow. Short-lived. Never mind. There's nothing to explore here. Portal's coming back down. That's a hell of a throw. Look at them! Tiny black forest. There's actually a way to properly tell. Find a black forest like that with the fireflies in it. And I think it just concentrates. The chance of spawn across an area is just so concentrated in a specific spot that I think you just end up with them non-stop spawning. You just have to catch them in the act of spawning in next to those fireflies and we would have our evidence. Alright, well, there's no way around that continent except for through the deep north, apparently. So, down south. Off we go. Cup of tea. Lovely for brainworms. Oh, especially when it's at that temperature. Just below too hot. You know, I don't think Warlock's too far off the Deep North boss applicants, shall we say. Frost Giant seems like a contender in almost every regard. It's the biome's theme. Fits the lore. Well, I need to brush up on my Norse mythology, but there is one of... Is it Jotunheim? I forget. Which one of the... We read him out like 2 weeks ago. The story about how he grew a god from underneath each of his arms. Which just sounds like all the gods are made out of armpit hair of this guy, but that aside... I forget the name of the god in particular. But there is the reason that piece of information, I suppose, is important is because I believe he died, and that is Ymir. There you go. It's in the game. Ymir's flesh. Ymir was the father of all gods, wasn't it? He grew a god underneath each arm. I could be paraphrasing, but I believe that was more or less the message I was given. More or less is a very... You could say more or less and be wildly wrong and still be like, yeah, more or less. So long as you have one... It's that same thing we said about the conspiracy theorists before. Conspiracy theorists can be wrong 1,000 times in reference to that show where they keep digging for Templar treasure. But all it takes is that one time they're correct for them to be vindicated, for the theory to no longer be a theory. It is proof evident in and of itself. And I feel like it's kind of the same with like that more or less phrasing. Just one piece of the story out of all of the information you babbled, in my case about Mia. And wave the rest away, because it's like more or less, you know. We should bring it up. We're in a boat. It's good for story time. Let's bring up some stories. Let's read the origins of Ymir and apparently how he got turned into the world and why we can use his flesh to upgrade Frostner. Be a while. Been a while since I've juggled reading and boating at the same time. No need to go more or less when you can just read the actual story, okay? Eradicate all of the uncertainties. There we go. Gelmir, also called Ymir in Norse mythology, the first being, a giant who was created from the drops of water that formed when the ice of Niflheim met the heat of Muspelheim. I see things swimming in the fog, sorry. If we continue around the east coast of that island, maybe. Might as well, we're here. Let's be thorough before we leave, because we don't have a portal back. We're in the area, get the job done. Ymir was the father of all of the giants. A male and a female grew under his arm, and his legs produced a six-headed son. I read that correctly, a six-headed son. A cow, Udumla, pronunciation butchered, nourished him with her milk. Udumla was herself nourished by licking salty rime-colored stones. He licked the stones into the shape of a man. This was Buri, who became the grandfather of the great god Odin and his brothers. Checking. We are technically headed towards the edge of the map here, so I'm not going to be AFK reading too long between checking our bearing. Being in the Mistlands doesn't help. These gods later killed Ymir, and the flow of his blood drowned all but one frost giant. The three gods put Ymir's body in the void. Ginap gap. Far out. Ginap gap gap. I'm just gonna put that word in chat and hopes everyone else's reading comprehension is better than my own. Holy cow. The void is called whatever that pronounces as. Gina gap gap. Inan. I don't even, like, that doesn't even phonetically seem to fit with the rest of the names. Bizarre word. The gods fashioned the earth from Ymir's flesh, the seas from his blood, mountains from his bones, stones from his teeth, the sky from his skull, clouds from his brain. Apparently Haldor isn't innocent. 4 dwarves held up his skull. His eyelashes or eyebrows became the fence surrounding Midgard, or Middle-earth, home of mankind. I see trees. So there is one giant. There is no link from that sentence. The flow of his blood drowned all but one frost giant. No citation. So that's the official mythology, to be fair. Bear in mind, Valheim is based in fantasy version of Norse mythology. I wasn't actually aware. I thought we were fighting Norse gods, but it turns out the gods we are fighting are actually made up. Or at least... What do you call it? Not fan art. Modelled after Norse mythology fairly well. To the point where if you didn't know, you'd assume they were from the text, I guess. Have another goblin camp here. If we do find Black Forest, we need to make some repairs. We got some fir trees. I'm probably not going to run too far inland. Place down the portal of the repair shop and step back out sailing, I think. If I finish mapping a continent and feel like there's a spot in the middle large enough for Haldor, then I'll probably run inland. But I feel like I should at least commit to mapping the coast first before I do that. Is this meadows? Alright, well, let's get set up, shall we? Let's find a Black Forest castle and clear it out. Worst case, we can set ourselves up in the troll cave over there. There you go. Genuinely. Time to celebrate. How is that though? How is that? We should at least head over there. We can find a spot nearby to put the portal down. I'll mark the boat. I wasn't actually expecting him to find him on a... Can I just point out, this continent is connected with the Deep North. This is land connected with the Deep North. Haldor, with a very vast stretch of application of the English language, could be said to be in the Deep North. Close enough to on the same land as the Deep North is. You can just a stone's throw away north. You're in the Deep North. We have a castle here. Not very covered. I'll mark it and I'll try for another one. Get your goodies, bring them on down. Apparently there's a sail nearby. Head up there. Surely there's got to be a castle better than that. Hey Subaru, welcome in. There's got to be a castle nearby we can set up at. If not a cave or something. Alright. I ran up to this with no stamina. How am I? I'm actually fairly happy. That's been a big boost to my mood. Finally finding Haldor after At this point, are we actually up to 2 months straight of searching for Haldor? 8 days? At least 6. At least 6 days spent finding Haldor, including all the weeks we got sidetracked. But it's over! We can go back to doing the reverse boss run, part of the reverse boss run after this week now. The thing we've been meant to be doing this entire time, we can go back to doing that. Fancy seeing you here. Hello. 5 out of 10. Let me not burn my portal home. Have some lovely fire, good sir. What are we gonna do now? Play the game? Play the game? What is this play the game you speak of? We just load a new map and find Haldor all over again, right? That is the game. We could... Weird moment here. We could dig under this rock and have like a little cubby there. Close enough. I normally like housing the portal close by. You can sometimes get lucky with the castles being super close by to the Haldor spawn. Yeah, we've run, right? That's it. Pack up and go home. We beat the game. Thank you for joining, everyone. We beat the reverse Haldor run, where we find Haldor first. There is no end. Like, it's just Haldor. The reverse Haldor run is just Haldor. You beat the game. I'm actually set on that. I'll set up the portal now, but I'm set on making that little cubby. There's no castles nearby. Not within eye shot within a storm, at least, so... Let's put... table against the rock, at least. Portal... It's actually, unironically, this time tagged merchant. Where was the last merchant portal we made? Ah, back down there. I wasn't too far away. Right, we'll get the workbench set up here. It's such a relief. It's finally done. No one break that campfire. That campfire alone carries like 50% of what weight I'm putting on this location. Oh my word. Oh. I have the shinies if you pop the portal, and I'm gonna get started on the actual... Did you not buy a belt? Is the gold that heavy? Good lord. I'm gonna get started on this little cubby though, because I think it'd be good to have half the stuff kept over here, I think. We had 4 stacks of gold before we sold anything, right? How much gold do we have? Oh lord, we can't cut down that tree, can we? Shame. Right. Nice, beautiful, big path all the way down to Haldor. Haldor. And Haldor. I don't have the cultivator, but that's fine. How did you die? A deer just died. Let's have a look. One of these piles is enough for a belt. One of those piles each is more than enough for a belt. Let alone we've now got the dwarven circlet. What else do we need? The fishing rod? You get a fishing rod each with that sort of gold. Thank you kindly. Where's that gone? Throw that down like so. I think, given the terrain is already kind of slipping underneath this rock, I'm gonna make the rock a ceiling. And we're gonna put the chest and the portal in here. It may be a short-lived cubby, but I want to give it a go. I just have to try it or only hit one of the two rocks. You're who killed the deer. And your deer don't just randomly, spontaneously explode. It's a skeleton. We have 14 wood. Could probably just bring in some of the wood back from home. I was going to try and make a little cubby underneath this rock here. So I'm trying to avoid hitting the big rock, but it's not cutting under as much as I thought. I might need to go too low though, but yeah, it's not working out like I thought. Might just have to find another spot. Could always build a treehouse. It's probably plenty low enough. Because we do have to get... We either carve a path to the merchant, or we still have to make a path physically to the merchant, so... Could still work, actually, this low. My pick broke. The path is gonna have to probably become a channel. You know what? I'm not gonna portal the stone back. We're gonna leave the stone here. I'm gonna say 6 weeks in the making to find that blue bastard. Did I ever get an antler pick? If yes, where is the antler pick? There's a Measured in my chest. Did you accidentally throw your Measured at me? What did you give? I think you've given me warlocks. I'm just gonna move that there then. I had another belt in my chest at my bed. Oh, so I've moved it over to Warlock's bed, I believe. Either Warlock's or your bed. I should have checked the name of the bed. Deer meat. Berries. I swear. Oh, hold on. No, of course I don't have an Icathea pick because we don't have Icathea. Genius big brain moment. Dum-de-dum, deer meat. Other meat. Serpent scales, I suppose, go in textiles, or would they be bony? Put them in textiles for now. Mission complete! I'm so glad that's over with. Programming as normal will resume next week. Now, I'm gonna get that out of slot 7. Don't trust myself. You know what would be amazing right about now? Mining at night? Let's get a Divergent circlet. Ooh, thank you for the wood too. Oh my lord. $5.50. We've got the belt. Circlets. You haven't bought circlets, have you, Chris? Just before I buy my own? Make sure that we're not doubling down on that. Oh, satisfied for today? Next week we kill Yag, right? We have our one piece of silver armor. We all have abyssal razors at this point. What? That's enough, right? I only got the belts, everything else. Okay, I'm gonna grab the circlet then. Because that is valuable to me for mining at night. Just seeing at night. It's so weird because normally I mute so that I switch between reading chat and replying and then talking to both you and John, but you're both here in chat. And I keep going to press the mute button because my brain has not figured out the difference between Discord voice chat talking and text talking yet, apparently. Been streaming for 9 hours. Am I okay? Yeah, we're halfway through the regular board brain stream. I realized in hindsight I said my next 12-hour run was going to be beating up the wind god of Valheim. For me, I mean, I'm going to have to up that to something like a 24 or a 48, right? 12 hours is an accidental Sunday. Come down here then. Come on. Alright. I'm gonna try and make my little cubby, but if it doesn't work out, we'll retcon it later. That's not the same rock. That is so dangerously close to being the same rock, though. How do I hit that and not the one above? Might be close enough. Bingo. Now the only busy work left is a bit more iron, a bit more silver, and call it a day. Right? As far as actual prep work for Yagluth goes. Get rid of this first, shall we? I should eat in case one of them falls down. Last thing I need is to lose and die all my stuff out here. Oh, by the way, boat. We should pack up the boat and bring it home, since now it is actually a cargo ship and we're going to be using it for carting metals around. Yeah, I think we've not got a lot of prep work left. Everyone's got enough silver for their one piece of armor and their one armor upgrade, or one piece of armor each and something else. I will admit to not being very privy to the mechanics of silver grind. I don't know how much you need or where it goes. Nice little cubby we've got down here though. But even if we hold out for another stack of iron and another stack of silver, I feel like that basically is it. Yagluth really isn't that far around the corner, especially if some people are wanting to do Yagluth in Fenris armor. Cave grind is basically all we need. We can get iron, bronze, silver in the mountains. There's more stone up here. And it broke. I might just have to clear that whole thing. I'll probably end up. Could probably just bring the cultivator around and start making a nice pathway. Ah. Actually over with. Almost comes with its own form of being dumbfounded. Like, what do we do next? I'm just not used to not hunting Haldor yet, I guess. I feel like I'm starting to lose my voice. Has anyone gone off with the iron pick? Right, I just went through the blank portal. Where's that taking me? Someone's gone off with the blank portal. Alright. I can work with that, I'll just leave it. Easy solved. Oh, alrighty. Merchant. Ah, we have a portal named the Merchant. It'll take a little while to sink in, don't worry. I should celebrate with a mug of soup. I should go celebrate by getting myself a lovely mug of soup. Blicky! Hey, welcome in. Warlock says GG for finding the trader. Yeah, I am so ecstatic that it's finally over. You want to know where we found him? We'll do a slow reveal. I'll zoom out. Could have got rid of these first. We found him in the outer quarter of the ring. And unironically, connected to the deep north, right here. Top right of the map says deep north when I mouse over it. He is connected by land to the deep north. Right as we were joking about him being in the deep north, he's a brisk walk away. So, but we found him. Can I just have a moment too of definitely Merchant apparently was also a short boat away from the a third elder? Agathia elder. Do we have 3 elders? There you go. We had the elder down south, which has a marker there I want to get rid of. Elder down south, elder over west. One super far out here was apparently the one we were missing. So got there in the end, but it took us 6 weeks. I think it's taken us... It must have taken us 60 in-game days or more at this point, because I spent 30 alone in the game trying to find Haldor the other week. The week just gone, actually. And thank you for the bits, Flicky. Very much appreciated. Definitely riding a high from this. It was kind of like... So, the story goes, I came up along here, we had a boat at half health, oh heavens, we need some boat for repairs. So I came and I put down a portal and put down a bench and I repaired. And I couldn't help but notice right in the corner of the map, on the mini-map, mind you, was a little bag. I didn't even come here looking technically. Technically, no, I didn't come here looking for Haldor. I'd already mapped the west side of the coast, and I was already 50-50 on coming back up the east side because I thought it was going to be barren. This close to the outside of the map, I thought no chance. No shot. I was going to head back down south and map other areas. This is why you must be thorough. If I hadn't stuck to my guns and come back up here to map the entire continent, we may still be looking for Haldor this time next year. But holy cow, is that such an awesome feeling. We've spent how long on this? To finally tick it off. Honestly, it's just a relief to be done. 3 bird seeds on the screen. I need to remember that's what it says. That's such a good line. Flicking through 100 strange looking bird seeds at that screen. Oh, it's finally over. We can go back to doing the reverse boss run part of the reverse boss run. Once I'm done being weird about making a below rock house for some reason. Is that? No, that spiky terrain is staying, so we'll have to level out the terrain a little bit then. Oh, thank you Thor, thank you Flicky, and thank you Warlock. Congrats, we've done it! Group effort, honestly, for the amount of time we've spent stuck in a boat these last few weeks. It's such a good feeling. I have never worked so hard to find the trader before. To be fair, I'm actually still trying to remember if this is the first time I've found the trader. I know the first server I ever joined was the WLC server with DeCrazy and Red Fairy. That one the merchant was already found. He was just there on the map. I even had a portal ready and set. I could just go over to the merchant. But... oh, let me up. I don't think I've found the merchant in a solo save yet. Nor do I think I've ever joined a community server that's found him besides WLC. WLC and Shield Maidens eventually did find him, but I suppose that's the point, more or less, is that I went AWOL actually. I went completely missing for about 3 weeks around finding the Haldor in the Shield Maidens world. I'm barely able to keep sentences together at this point. Oh my lord. I haven't, like, past messing around and building this little spot here. What do I do? I mean... boat around? Still? I suppose we could sign off from the reverse boss run once I get the portal and the housing set up, but... now that this space is actually open, and the rock goes down a lot further than I thought. I thought it was going to be a shallow rock, but it's quite low to the ground. You know how you can dig under Elder and it's just like a flat plane? You get all that space beneath? That was kind of what I was gunning for. But... I don't know if I got unlucky with the rock in question, or if that's not how rocks normally work. I've never dug out beneath a rock. Only ever copper. Oh, I don't really know how to segue away from that. Do I not? Do I just open the whiskey? Do we just celebrate? I do have a bottle, actually. I've got a bottle of 2016 Johnny Walker Gold Label. And I feel like I'm going to start mentioning the year I purchased it, or I should find out the year it was made. Because apparently Johnny Walker Gold Label has dropped down in price and is one of the few blends of whiskey that have recently. Rum has skyrocketed in price. I remember buying bottles of Captain Morgan for $20. Now they're double that. And weirdly, I remember buying my Johnny Walker Gold Label for $120 and now it's $90 in the store. So I won't claim to know the intricacies of alcohol and the market surrounding it, but color me confused when the high tier stuff is cheaper and the low tier stuff is more well, and Morgan isn't low tier. It's quite nice. But it was a $20 bottle of rum. Now it's double that. While my mid-high tier whiskey has gone down. Point being, I don't have rum. I have fancy whiskey. I'm mentioning the year because I don't know if the recipe has changed and that's what affected the price. There we go. Got it out. One sentence. Good job. Look at me go. Thinking of moving the forge out here actually for a little while, get some repairs done without having to run back and forth with the pickaxe. I suppose that'd put everyone else a bit out of sorts though if they want the forge. We have to be nearly done terraforming, right? How picky am I gonna be with this pathway? Find out what's the lowest we can go. That's actually fairly low. Alright. We can raise it from there and get a decent path out of that, I think. While not bad, the ravine look definitely leaves a lot to be desired, huh? Oh, yeah. cliff on one side can be worked with, I suppose, but I mean, it's probably going to annoy me enough that I terraform the whole place offline. And just bring it all down so it looks natural. I was hoping, again, I thought it was going to be like a shelf of rock that we could dig under. Kind of similar to how people do with Elder. What we got instead is 2 hours of work. I could make like a steep... that could be cliff, right? We're clearly building under a rock. That could be cliff, and then I could just sort of plateau that out towards Haldor. And we still have the pathway around the tree here. Do a bit smoother than that. That rotation right here that's getting me. It's a bit better. As far as pulling a cart up it goes, probably fine. And make it a little bit shallower here. Perfect. Lovely carting slope. What's the rule of trains? No more than 4 degrees? Oh, hang on. Was that trains? No more than 4 degrees climb or decline? Or was that the, Nord... Not the Nordschleife. What's that road on in Germany with no top-end speed? Autobahn. I think it was either the Autobahn or a part of train engineering that says no slope greater than 4 degrees incline or decline. We might be just over that. Actually, fascinatingly, I believe that's also an accessibility thing for bathrooms. If you want a ramp, it has to be below a certain degree of inclination. It's one of those things, well, in this case it actually does seem similar, so before I go dismissing whoever's did the job, to continue my sentence, I was going to say some bureaucrat somewhere decided the difference between an incline and or something like a minor incline and a proper slope. Apparently it's the difference between 4 and 5 degrees. If you want to have an accessibility ramp, the magic number for the ramp has to be something like 4.9 degrees of rotation. Makes it the shortest amount of distance while still getting you up the same amount of height. I have to double check that, and that's probably a very regional thing. I just realized after saying that could change state by state, let alone to different countries. Let's find out. Is that a California only law? The slope ratio. Is this a... Wow. Bill 1541 requirements for protective systems Appendix B. Maximum allowable slope means the steepest incline of an excavation phase that is acceptable for most... This is a California article. This could be a California thing. It sounds like a California thing, but let's find out. What's the magic number? The actual slope shall be less steep than the maximum allowable slope, and there are signs of distress. Are we in the merchant zone? Because that is the smartest thing to do while AFK. Slope shall at least be 1/2 horizontal of some algebra math less steep than the maximum... What is... Okay. Maximum allowable slopes dependent on soil or rock type? This doesn't seem like an accessibility thing. This just seems like any slope ever. No, I wanted an accessibility ramp. Well, if that topic interests people, shall we look that up another time? But right now, I need to take a very quick break. I'm going to boil the kettle again, and I'm going to celebrate with some soup. So, with me, I'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Here are male redwings feeding together in Florida, where they go for the winter. There's not a single female in this flock. The males arrive long before the females. Early in spring, the redwings return to the northern marshes where they raise their young. These flocks are a familiar sight during March and early April in most of the northern states and Canada. When the females arrive 2 or 3 weeks later, each decides which territory or which male she wants for the summer. Females are easily distinguished from males by their straight plumage and by their dull shoulders. Females do not sing like the males, though they have a number of sharp call notes. When the males arrive on their nesting grounds, the flocks scatter, and each male selects a small territory in the marsh. He drives the other males away and sings and displays his scarlet epaulets.
Oh, rightio. Bit of a longer break than I thought. Hello, sir. It is such a satisfying feeling. He's wearing Mejanure. He's wearing the belt. Wonder what Haldor's carry weight is. I think what we're gonna do is that. And then that. I am very hungry and very out of health. Probably a good thing to not be walking around with that little health on me. That's a nice little slope there. We'll flatten out that terrain later. Next, I think we're just gonna get rid of as much of the ravine as we can. We could have it completely flat. The question is how we do the back hall. At the very least, I think we're getting rid of the entirety of that rock. I don't mind that pathway. It's not perfect, and in hindsight, we might be doing some landscaping all for nothing, because... Let's rip the band-aid off first. Let's see if there's a castle in the immediate vicinity, because a castle in the immediate vicinity outranks whatever the hell I'm doing infinitely. A castle, a crypt, a dungeon, troll cave, anything a stone's throw away from Haldor's bubble that can be sprinted to. Oh, berries. We did have a troll cave, and there's a castle down south. Beautiful! Look at this. Does this win out then? I mean, no question about it, right? This wins out? Is that the portal up here? Even a troll can't one-shot these things, so... I'm a skeleton. Don't we have iron? Why don't we have a stone maker? What died? Skeletons don't make that noise. Set up our own little trading hub in the castle. I guess I'll go use all that stone to fix the mess I made next to Haldor, shall I? This is max zoom in too. Visual distance of Haldor's fire. We just need to find a nice visually appealing path down. I'm still terraforming, just less. No, I don't want to be felling trees close to Haldor's gear. I have cut trees down next to Haldor and other servers. From memory, hitting his cart and his goods does deal damage, numerically. But I think it's like Mistlin's trees, where it does deal a number of damage, but the tree doesn't actually have health. It's fake. I remember to, or at least I like to make sure that my pathways are cart friendly. Maybe that's gorgeous. That's what we need to do. Face in, fade out. We'll leave the rock. Decorative rock. We are going to have to get rid of some of these. And I think this, we're going to go around the outside of that tree. We've got the... thinking of coming up around that dump there to this point. Can we? That's a shame. That's actually a shame. That's like the best I can do, right? It'll do for now. It'll do. That's fine. Look. Works. I feel like that's gonna be needed. Loop it out a little bit. The final weird terrain thing Haldor has will be fine. And then we've got all of that way back around there. Excuse you. Wow, 50 cordwood already. So, come on then. around there, wasn't it? Here's the path we had. What is that? Right, the path connects here, so we're going through there. It's not so bad. That's one of the more egregious slopes, I think, right there. That's fine. Not a bad pathway at all. That one will have to go. Beautiful. Right. So... Guess now we take all of this stone and go fill up the other mess we made, right? Is there a bench up there? Apparently not. No other materials to place one. Oh, we have enough now. Or should I leave it and decide the fate of this another day? Workbench. Because this is burning stone, this process is not. Gimme. What happens if I do that? Right, okay. That does not jump up the terrain like I thought it would. I was kind of hoping they would just follow me up the terrain. The more I fix the terrain, the more these things would follow me. Come on, place. Oh, for fuck's sake. Go away. Go away. You're a nuisance. You're not a threat. One step away from a full set of rag armor actually making you completely useless. If being annoying was the devs' intent, I can't say they did a bad job. We have 2. Okay. No. Zero payoff. Oh well. Then it never happened. It's fine. I'm still celebrating. I still have my soup. It's probably actually ready to drink. Go down a little bit now. It was the last of my cauliflower and 4 cheeses. I did say there was a possibility of just leaving this here, in the odd chance someone else actually was fond of the idea for building in general. I just went ahead, turned my brain off and started clicking away, so... And to be fair, it's not a total loss of stone. We still have to get rid of the eyesore that is that. You reach that at all? No? There we go. Buried chest, I suppose, if you ever want to use it. I swear things buried underground would pop back up, but I suppose some of the natural generation in the world wouldn't work if that were the case. I just need someone else's pick. I need to collect picks. Dual wield them. But I think I think someone might have signed out the iron pick on them. Need a proper beehive soon. Beehive, bee. What are you... What... Is there a name for like a field of bees? What a bee farm? I think the worst part about the cauliflower soup, it's such a lovely soup, but it's so granulated that you always have like a fine... It's still a fine powder, even if you mix it in properly and stir it. Although purified cauliflower, I imagine, might have a similar texture. I've never had cauliflower soup. Once this is gone, it actually won't look like a bad place. Giant rock feature wall. I suppose I may owe Chris an apology for helping me with this and then just reverting my plans because I found a tower. With any luck, I am going to regret filling this all back in if anyone else did want to use this shelf of rock for something else. It's a fine place to be set up. Oh, word my lord. Alvin Almighty. Pickaxe broke again. This is why I need to just duel them. Need to find where everyone else is hiding their pickaxes. So yeah, there's actually a mod that would be curious to me. If anyone here has played Rust, when you log out of Rust, your body doesn't leave the server like normal. Most multiplayer games, when you log out, says, okay, we'll remove you from the world. What Rust does is basically leaves you a corpse. If you log out in the middle of a field and someone else walks across that field 12 hours later, they will find you asleep on the floor. They can take whatever they want out of your pockets. Because the sleep mechanic is based on you being logged out, it's not like your character's going to wake up and fight back. But I am curious. In a way more cooperative style environment like Valheim has, sometimes it would just be nice to sneak in, grab the X item, cultivator, pickaxe, whatever that someone forgot to put back when they logged out, right? This, of course, going in place of just messaging the person and being like, hey, you have item? Can I have item? Sneaking in, grabbing it, putting it back, and assumedly not logging out with it yourself. Excuse me. And what else do we have? More bones. I think we're more or less done for stone. We still have a rock to carve away, let alone putting any back yet, so... one job at a time. Here we go. I have been trying to use my time meandering about with this process. I also think, like, I kind of want to do something else. It seems a bit of a... it's a high note to end on for sure, but... I don't know I'm set on ending the stream just yet. But I could only think of stinky boring games to play besides Valheim. Ooh, you know what we could do? Genuinely start the no-map run. Although, given I think everyone at this point has beat me to it, what if we up the game and turn it from a no-map run into a no-HUD run? The only problem with the no-HUD run is that if I have the hammer out, like right now, I won't place it because I don't have enough, but I have the hammer out. I can build. If I open the menu and have the cursor, I can tab between what I have selected, but I do not believe it is possible for me outside of that menu to switch. So when it comes to actually building a home in the no HUD run, you would have to use mods to enable specific HUD elements such as build menu, crafting menu, I think pops up, inventory pops up like normal. Because there are certain elements of the heads-up display you do need access to just to play the game. And I think the build menu is definitely one, but you do not currently have access to it. You can only select the recipes you previously had selected to build them. Having said all of that, I'm thinking of making the compromise being bringing up the menu with the cursor first, clicking on the HUD to be able to see, and then changing the build item and closing with the HUD button again. It's a compromise because while I could definitely have no HUD enabled to get rid of the minimap, no HUD, I could enable no map on the console to get rid of the minimap. The reason I want to do no HUD instead of no map is because it gets rid of your health bar. It gets rid of the timer. That window. I would have no idea I would be running out of keys soon if it weren't for the fact I was about to be told. This doesn't bring it up. Technically, the only way you would ever know is if you right-click, ate something. It adds a few extra layers of mindedness about your situation that I would like to see tested. The only problem is I think a mod would be the best way to do it without making it finicky, because currently having build menu needing to tab out, there's another menu you have to tab out to use as well, or HUD on to see the menu, but I forget what that one was. Oh, it would just be the other menus. This one. Can't use this one. And you cannot QE your way around this menu. I suppose the cultivator as well. No QE. Have to enable, disable. I like the idea of a no HUD run though. Getting rid of the health bar and all the other elements on the screen. Not knowing how many days you spent in the game would be one hell of a kicker. F2 still works when you're headless, so... Isn't there a command too that tells you uptime of the server? Kill yourself. Good. Print system info. No map, no. Optimize terrain. Print current binds. Print seed of loaded dungeon. I guess it'd be info, but I'm not going to test that on stream while I'm on someone else's server, because I don't know what info is going to print. My best guess is it can't be worse, or would be about the same as what you get from the F2 interface, but... Gambling with my own information is fine. Gambling with someone else's is not. Even if people are... Even if other people... I know there's a few I've seen use the F2 menu on servers, and if it's password protected, it's fine, I suppose, but not something I would be comfortable with happening in the other way around, so it's not something I'm gonna do. Well, the info thing, because I don't know what information it would pass through to the text chat. The F2 thing is just the Steam ID as far as I'm aware, which is, to my knowledge, publicly accessible. If you search up the profile, you'll know the Steam ID. But I do remember there were a couple of, I vaguely remember there being a couple of exploits a few years back regarding Steam IDs. I may be misremembering, mind you, because it would probably be very common for a website that would scam you out of your account to ask for your ID. And maybe that's the misconception I have. Wait, is this chest full of stone and wood? I don't know, something I'm actually... I'm starting to think. Perhaps this isn't really a controversial take. But I should get rid of that tag from the title. I don't think anyone else is streaming anymore. Warlock might be, but not in Valheim. To my knowledge, I think he switched over to Stardew. He might still be in Valheim. Missing crafting station. Good job, me. Actually, no, there's one over here. We wander over. Right now, I'm cleaning up a mess I made. And we're gonna shuffle the portal over to a castle we've got just to the west over there. Along with bench mats, materials, chests, storage, all of this fancy, lovely stuff we got here. Damn pine cone. Let's move the portal over first. We've sort of cleaned up the mess we made. Free space is clear. Actually no, we only need 2. Easy. And the path we have made. Over to the castle. Portal. Suppose we should put a door down. And then we can bring all of the stuff over. We were gonna put everything underneath a rock, but given the rock was way fatter than I imagined, I'm happy to bail on that. I just hope no one else wanted to use that area for something else. We do have a couple of these out here. One more over there. I've been playing a fair bit of V-Rally 4. I picked it up the other day on the sale. And I will... Honestly, I think part of my problem is I'm struggling to think what besides V-Rally right now I would do if I stopped playing Valheim. And the answer is... probably Valheim. It's either Valheim or V-Rally, I think. Part of my curse currently. Sure. Maybe we should do that. No. Medieval Dynasty. I think I have that on my wish list. But no, I don't actually own either of those. I haven't even picked up my time at Portia yet. I know Warlock mentioned the Sandrock being the sequel. Are they tied in any way? I feel like with a game like my time at Portia and my time at Sandrock, you could completely separate there is story, any story from each other. No, except for sharing a universe, which is interesting. But also neat, if I pick them up as a bundle. And I do have a habit sometimes, if there's a series of games that has older entries, I'll play the older entry and go, oh, that's neat, and then switch over to the newer entry. I've done it with a ton of racing games. You buy like a franchise and you play through all of them and then you just stick to the most recent one. Whether it be because it feels... Gold. Gold is heavy. Whether it be because of game feel or UX upgrade, so sometimes it's hard to go backwards. The one that I did the opposite of that was actually Dirt Rally. Is this a pile of 1,000? I'm out of stamina. We'll just make a manual pile of 1,000, shall we? I'll definitely have to look into it, because I didn't know. My time at Sandrock slipped under my radar. Which is curious, because I keep being advertised my time at Portia based on other games I like. Steam seems to know it's right up my alley. It's always, always on my recommended tab. It's always on the similar to games you play tab. But my time at Sandrock seems to have slipped me completely by. You watch, I'll check my wish list and it will already be on it, and I'll be like, when did that happen? The only problem with adding things blindly to wish lists when they even half interest you. You forget. Right. Easy. Take these back. That's it. We'll pack up the rest and that'll be a day. No co-op in either, both have them incoming. Interesting. So they're... Do they run on... I guess they run on the same engine. That's really cool though that they're retroactively giving updates to the first of the two as well. So many game companies like to make a game and then forget it ever existed. And, I mean, I've said before, to some degree, it's allowed, but... There are other games, like Project Cars 3, that get forgotten, and all it would take to fix them for 40% of the user base from a non-playable state back to a playable state. All it would take would be one person changing 15 lines of code, and you're back in business. For some reason, they just want to pretend it doesn't exist. Probably for more than one reason, to be fair. That game kind of bombed. Every single time Slightly Mad Studios make a racing game, they seem to go the opposite direction to what people asked. That's a different conversation, though. I'll definitely have to go have a look at my time at Sandrock, because I don't have the spare funds at the moment, but it is worth mentioning. Games at launch sometimes have discounts or bundled discounts. You can pick up the older one for super cheap, or both of them together in a bundle. Might be worth looking into picking up if I can squeeze a bit of extra money out of my bank. This paycheck. I didn't drop those seeds off. That's fine. That's a lovely winding path. I think that dip there, I don't like it, but I'm gonna keep it. Because the perfect path is secretly imperfect. And there's also that lump there that I want to get rid of. That one I might change. Here we go. So it would be... Oh, wasn't it the other way around? Sorry. Why is that so steep now? Hang on. Right, okay, step 1 done. That'll do. Save pickaxing that and flattening it out, but pickaxing... Oh... is always admitting defeat when you're leveling terrain. Because then you just micromanage the rest of it to make it back to the smooth surface it once was. Look, now we have lumps. Isn't it lovely? Isn't pickaxing lovely? Look at the lump. Look! You can't win. If you have a pickaxe, you're never getting back that terrain how it was. But it's the only way! That's not so bad. Tiny lump. Can we flatten it out? A little bit. We can flatten it actually a little bit. Little details isn't customization. How much customization is there? To my understanding, it was in a sort of similar aspect to Stardew Valley, where you get a area of the town you can customize, build, I suppose, craft. I don't actually know how intricate the game goes with its mechanics. I caved. We're flattening that out too. Question is that terrain deformation noticeable? The answer is kinda, yeah, a little bit? Maybe? You never get it back the same, do you? The moment you pickaxe. Little peek. Little peek. It feels like there's no peaks. They're all soft until you pickaxe. What's happened here? What happened here? Wait. It's not flattening out properly. I guess that's as low as it'll go, so we'll try this then. It doesn't work either. Alright, I'll live with that. It's only dodgy around the edges. I'm being very picky today. This bit could be a bit narrower. Yeah. The other side too. Oh. gonna have to go get the boat and either collapse it down somewhere in the shallows, or we... You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna start the no map run today because that's gonna be a whole process. We're gonna have to get sorted, started, get the materials to set up a base house, workbench, upgrade materials, hunting deer, fruit bow for that matter. So I think we're gonna wait off. I'm permanently waiting off on the no map run at this point. But I think what we'll do is we'll map a bit more of the way back down south. Definitely merchant. I should have kept that there, honestly. We'll take the boat back home. That'll be the end of the stream, because that's a fair trip. The scuffed thingy button is just a visual gag. So if I hit the scuffed thingy button, you'll... Sorry, distracted. Auto? But if I hit the scuff thingy button, you'll... Ooh. The marks I've already cleared not come back. It only adds new things to the... That's... Okay, that's not so bad. Maps markers I clear don't return. But yes, scuff thingy button is just a visual gag. Drops the resolution of the screen down to something like... I think it's like 160p.
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk, or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is healthy. Bitch, you better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
And then we'll... Ah, don't tell me I can't paint over that. Alright. Look at that. Hey. Path up to Haldor. Path back to Haldor. A little overgrown. I don't mind a little overgrown. Let's get rid of the headlamp. But thank you for the hydrate. I actually... Cuban, you've reminded me. You've redeemed a calorie a very long time ago. While I did eat the rest of my can of rice, creamed rice, and I also had the rest of my soup. Doing so in my own time doesn't count. Well, thank you for the hydrate, and I suppose we'll get these raisins out. Two lots of 3. Oh, there's about 10. 3 lots of 3. And thank you for the colorate. It does feel a bit bad having put all that work in to flatten this out. Dig down even underneath the rock.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
I really should have done the extra work to get, to make sure there weren't any castles or anything in the area before we committed to that. It's a little bit overgrown. Too much overgrown. Do we have... Jeez. Right. Let's that's fine. Little tiny shrub on the side. That's exactly what I was looking for out of that. There's zip lines between the... Zip lines between the edge of the chunks are the most annoying thing to have to deal with when you're terraforming. Because they're entirely visual. Beautiful. Can this be used? Make the whole area roofed. Shelter. Campfire out the front. We can find a place with a campfire. I mean, I still think right there is fine. Missing 5 stone. It's out of the way enough. We are going to come back here, so... Perhaps we'll leave our food. Take... I'll leave some of this wood here. Take the stone back. Oh, there we go. What an expedition. 6 weeks in the making. Regular wood. Not that we're in need of coal, but we are in need of storage space. Oh. Oh. Look at that. Those... Mission accomplished, placed rocks. To be fair, actually, When I set those up to be reactionary to things happening on the stream, I didn't account for the fact that sometimes OBS is just going to give me massive delay. Which is... I want to live with the delay, right? I would rather have the sound alerts and be confused why they played sometimes than not have the sound alerts at all. But it's been curious sometimes having something happen and then well, sometimes 20-second delay. It's not all the time. That's the thing that annoys me, I think, about it. Most of the time it's 3 seconds. And a 3-second delay is fine. What else do we have? 20 bones. Ah, I see. Feathers and sew, goo, textiles, eyes. Let's collect all the eyes then, because I think there was a couple more eyes out here, right? Do we need that much resin inside? Probably not. Forward. Gardening. Wind outside's getting a bit aggressive. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't popped through on the microphone a little bit. Put the cultivator back in the gardening box. Didn't I... Ooh. Another carve. Oh, they're empty! Treasures! It's all gone. They're nice to see. We had a chest where I threw absolute garbage into and didn't clean out. And I don't remember what chest it was. Out of resin? Of course I'm out of resin. We have a whole chest full of resin, and I'm out of resin. Potions. Health food. We do have a ton of health food back where we left off. We're actually through the onion soup. Cooked meats. I swear I left a bunch of garbage in here somewhere and didn't clean it up. Oh well. That's a problem for later me. Or never me. Might also be a problem for never me. Is it this one? No. I've been thinking I probably need to get... I need to freshen up all of my stream interactivities. Not where I want it to be. with my current machine, I don't think I'm ever going to be on the level of running things like Mix It Up. But I can definitely do better than what I have at the moment. I mean, sound alerts, you get 30 sound alerts. Soundalerts.com, you get 30 before you run out of the bits redemption ones. 5 for channel points, but I'm thinking of moving the channel point stuff entirely over to Blurb instead. It's better to just use the one extension, I feel like, instead of muddying all the extensions and overlays and everything you can get. Because if I split them, I'd have to run a sound alerts browser element, and then I'd have to run a Blurb browser element. But it does sound like Blurb has the infinitely better feature list at the moment. Plus, infinitely more sound alerts you can have on the channel for channel point redemption. Soundalerts.com limits you to 5, but I've seen Jonathan Raymaker's got what must be close to 15 for channel point redemption. Which would be fantastic. Something like that gives me way more room for flexibility. Blurb is scuffed. I had to double check I hadn't left the scuff thingy button on for a minute there too. I'd not heard much about it, but I was looking into giving it a go. There's a couple of things I like the sound of with Blurb, because it apparently lets you, the streamer can restrict, well, so I'm told the streamer can restrict the rating of the sound alerts that are played, but the user can submit their own sound alerts, which sounds fascinating, but also, it sounds like a brilliant idea until someone does something stupid and then it sounds like a terrible idea. But it's one of those things that, on paper, I like the idea of. I'd probably leave disabled though. Just the amount of sound alerts you can get alone is almost enough for me to want to make the switch by itself. But I'm probably gonna have to look into it a little bit more before I make any set decision on it, because for what I get out of sound alerts, it's 5 channel point redemptions is less than I would like, but it works. It doesn't have any catches as far as I'm aware. It's just a simple program with a few limitations. Now, I suppose the question is, has anyone beaten me to moving the boat? It's a fairly decent chance someone has already moved the boat and I'm walking over to nothing. If that's the case, then the rest of my stream is... Hey! Boat! It would be a bit of a letdown. We'll end the stream sailing back home and then we get to the boat and it's gone. Spent so long pickaxing the ground to make a fancy path, the boat left without us. It's here. We don't have a workbench here, do we? Excuse me, do you happen to have 3 wood on you? You're missing 1. Please. At least I parked it in the shallows, close enough that I would have got all of the materials back out of it had they killed that in the time we spent with the merchant. So, we're good, I guess. We are almost in the far north. I'm starting to think. The rumor has it there are 10 places on the map that Haldor spawns. I'm starting to think each one of them was at a point of the compass on a map. North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest. I'm just thinking you went around on 8 points. The other two, Lord knows where they are. Who knows? Why are we moving? More butter. Better question, why am I now not moving in the direction I would like to? We'll head back down straight south. We'll see if we can find any other coastlines coming out around, and we'll try and fill in this bit of the map over here. Back to sailing. The most action-packed this stream gets. Sailing with a storm. Ooh. Ooh, the bird take 10 damage this time on birdbrain twitch.tv. Can spawn on this. Is that, apologies, is that a question about getting the map seed? I'm happy to give the map seed out if you'd like. I believe I'd be able to find that without too much trouble. Ooh, I see trees. Phantom trees that don't exist? Possibly. Okay, I see. Well, thank you, Azar. That's actually very much appreciated. It's just open water. Is there no land out that way? Possibly not. There's a good chance that the only land out that way might be deep north. Perhaps, I don't know, text and lingual languages sometimes translate differently, so if you want to write in Danish, please do. I don't know, I know dansk, but I don't know how to say write in Danish. In Danish. I actually don't know if Danish is even Latin-based. But quite welcome if you want to write in in Danish. I can either run the translation on my end, or Izard in this case has offered to at least help with a translation as well, which is very much appreciated. Unfortunately, I don't speak Danish. Nor much of many other languages at all, actually. And one of the things I've always regret from school is that they never taught us to be bilingual. They taught us scraps of French, scraps of Japanese, all these different languages. Never actually taught us the fundamentals or how to speak in them. Just numbers and letters, and that was it. If you could recite the alphabet and count from 1 to 10 in whatever language you were studying, you got a passing grade, and that was when they stopped. I really, really wish they'd actually gone through and done a proper education with bilingual studies. It's been something I've been trying to catch up on in my later years. I've really been wanting to properly learn Spanish. The wind is coming around frontwards. But it is, interestingly, it is quite an amusing case that Google Translate itself oftentimes needs its own translator. What do we have straight ahead? Swamp. I really need to set aside a productivity stream day, because I'm not going to do these behind the scenes things if I don't. That's my... It is absolutely impossible to understate how much streaming has helped my motivation to get up and do things, especially during the Christmas break that's gone. During being between jobs, if it wasn't evident enough, streaming for 10 hours on a regular occasion. I work from home as basically a hobby at the moment because definitive jobs apparently are few and far between currently. But, that aside, passing comment. It's something that I've really enjoyed about streaming, but probably is negative comment on my own habits. Definitely a bad habit to have, is that streaming has helped my motivation to get up and do things, even if that is simply play a game. Because prior to streaming, if there wasn't an outside motivator to get up and do anything, I would kind of just like over the first half of the Christmas break, actually, before November, I basically laid in bed, watched YouTube, got up, got something to eat, and then rinse, repeat. On that sentiment of bad habits, slowly something I'm realizing Perhaps knew all along would be the proper phrasing, but nonetheless, if I don't stream Productivity Day, I'm never going to get these emotes done. If I don't stream Productivity Day, I'm never going to get new sound alerts. Ah, sometimes the trader starts on the starter island. We absolutely did not have that happen today. Bit late to eat now? Bit late to eat now, isn't it? There it goes. Sneak these through. Haldor, the trader, this time absolutely did the exact opposite of starting on the spawner island. Why did I take damage? That time I didn't even slide down anything. And yes, we actually have. We've... Get rid of these. We found the trader all the way up on the northeast of the map. Some of the furthest out I think I've ever seen the trader spawn. But we have mission accomplished. I'd play my own Final Fantasy fanfare, but unfortunately I don't have the extension in OBS. I should set up commands that play them for me. I should stop being lazy and actually do some of the things I've been meaning to do on this channel for years. Years? Months. Not been streaming that long. The traitor? Yes, perfect choice of words, don't you think? My theory is that he was currently on his way off the edge of the map to escape us. We caught him just in the nick of time. Yeah, Google Translate isn't always perfect, unfortunately. So, I take it, as I'm speaking English, I take it you can understand verbal English, Google? Spoken English? Google sometimes is a joke. You do get, oh, we've had around, hang on, where are we going? Sorry, distraction. You get a lot of YouTube videos that are Batman, but run through Google Translate. And they are some of the best videos you can have. Just text and script and books put through Google Translate to the point where it just comes out gibberish. But I do ask, because I know, of course, more or less is assumed, I guess, English being the universal language, especially around other Latin-based areas as well. But I know I can get closed caption extension for Twitch, and I've thought about doing it, but I don't usually have much of a multilingual audience. So, I don't say things like that. Don't put yourself down. Everyone's a little bit dyslexic, but it doesn't help if the tools aren't really working them to their best either. All it takes is the wrong day and everyone's a little dyslexic sometimes. But perhaps I could get And it might help a little bit too. I could get the closed caption extension on the channel. I'll have to look into it because I don't think it's in the Twitch extension list when you go to the settings. And I wouldn't know where to go to find it. All I have to do is hope it can pass my gibberish into actual sentences that other people can understand and read. I know there's been more than the odd occasion. There's actually even a clip. Warlock has clipped me saying something because he heard something else entirely different. Lord knows the closed caption will probably struggle just as much, but I feel like there's no negative to having the thing running. Although, I mean, I say that, if it has to run locally on the computer, it would yeah, I'll have to look into it. I assume it would need to feed into the microphone if it doesn't feed into the stream audio somehow. Hey, there you go. That's something else I need to do. The streamer resources Octogeisha set up the other day. If I find the closed caption, if it isn't on there already, and I find one that actually works pretty decently, I'll add it to the list. It'll be my first contribution considering Octo absolutely tortured herself. Spent the whole of the last Saturday or last Sunday, I think it was, setting up the resource document all by herself. I felt so bad. I suggested it. It would be a great idea to have a Google Doc that we could share around with all the resources you were talking about. And she came back 4 hours later and said, it's done. I was like, oh my lord, no, I meant I would help. I was happy to basically just steal her VOD and go through the chat log. Copy everything through, because she spent a whole stream going through all of these really awesome resources that streamers can use from cameraless VTubers. Was absolutely a fascinating one I thought about. I thought was fascinating, rather. We have 2/3, we're fine. So we've gone all the way around that island. Could we then come back through here, perhaps? I don't actually know where we go next.
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk, or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is
I don't want to meander around too much,
better drink.
But I was hoping to map more around this direction.
Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Water, drink. Water, bitch.
I should watch where I'm going and not stare at the ground. There we go. Mountain! Mountain! Look at that. That's a mountain, right? It's not a phantom of my imagination. The song is so long. I think there's a couple of my sound alerts that are about 20 to 30 seconds long. The board sound alert is actually 20 seconds long. I had to shorten it because the max amount of time I can play the animation for is 20 seconds. So I had to cut the sound down to that length. Originally, I just played the whole audio clip from start to finish for the board dance. And it goes for something like 36 seconds. But it didn't really work out. When you had the board dancing like crazy, and then he disappeared, but the song kept going. Or the sound effect. I also had a couple of other musical alerts I wanted to get up on the channel at some point, but they fell through, and those were all 20 seconds or so as well. Miss Lentz? Look at that. Mega Mountain? So shall it be named. Mega Mountain. The sound of the song or the sound of the game? We were just in a storm, and the storms do get pretty loud. On the song. It could probably be tweaked a little bit. I know I've got most of my sound alerts on turned down pretty far, because there's one that's at max volume and it's meant to be torture. So of course it's at max volume. Given everyone can play it in the overlay though, I don't actually see the deterrent of price being much of a deterrent. I feel like people are going to play that torture sound and still want to play it on stream. I guess in that case, yes, the price would be a deterrent. Okay. This actually... No, I'm not going all the way up around there. Couldn't hear me when the song was on. Weirdly, my microphone had a -2 decibel count on it. Is that any better? I don't know why my microphone was turned down. It should be quite a bit louder now. Why was I to -2 decibel? That's weird. Should not be the case. Game Station, welcome back. I absolutely love that emote. Unstable Goose, welcome back as well. We found Mega Mountain. You can see the peak right up there. Through the rain and the fog. That Wiggly, the Wiggle emote is one of the ones I've always thought of getting, but I've held off of, well, I'm now back to holding off against commissioning emotes because I had a bunch that I wanted to get commissioned, but the commissioner has been playing Final Fantasy XIV for what are we now? May? For 5 months. So I have to wait until their subscription runs out before I'm going to get any emotes commissioned in that regard, but there are some that I cannot cut corners on. I just have the Wiggly emote. The Wiggle emote is one that I absolutely want to get aboard doing a Wiggle emote dance. The other one I want to get is... I don't have it anymore. Oh my lord! That's an emote. I forgot that one was... Ford Brabby. That's an emote. Good lord. I've resigned to making my own for now, but there are a couple I do want to commission. I just need to look into pricing and whether or not I can actually afford them, because I know an artist who knows that stuff is popular can charge a fortune sometimes. Is that Dark Raiden's emote? No, that's not. It looks similar to one I think I've seen on Dark Raiden's channel. But in hindsight, I don't remember if Dark Raiden's was animated. It's Canada Man. Hey! That's a really decent emote, actually. I'm probably gonna... Oh! Something I found out the other day when I checked my emotes and updated them a little bit, shuffled a few around, I found out that I'm now approved for I'm set for auto approval, so long as they don't break terms of service or community guidelines. So I can now re-upload all the ones that are kind of scuffed, like the Lord Brabby. This one, I need to re-upload this one and fix it. It's a little too small. Also, it's nightmare fuel, honestly. It's uncanny. I don't like looking at it. But there's another one I have to fix, which is board brakes. It's got the wrong color palette, and I want to make it more uniform with the other faces I've got on the channel at the moment. Minor disconnect, immediately followed by the boat crashing. Nice. This is a bit better. It's not what I was hoping, the map, but at least we're not just sailing back along the same way we came north. What's the boat? Half health? The next Black Forest or Meadows will make landfall. Ooh, actually, there's a game I need to get back into. No Man's Sky. There's another expedition on. And while we did only just finish the last expedition fairly recently, I'm not opposed to spending another week or two in the game. The only downside is going to be that we'll then have 2 late game characters that I'll basically have nothing to do with. Hey! Red Fairy emotes! Oh, she's got a collection now, doesn't she? Yeah, because none of those are follower emotes, are they? Wow. Sit back down. I need to zoom the map out so I know I'm not going off the edge. Did Tuna used to have an avatar on screen? Because he has a lot of emotes of that gas mask character. I'm curious if that is something I just missed out on from the early days of Tuna Pickle. Tuna lore that I don't know about. Alright. We'll head slightly... you know what? I'm sticking to my guns. Due east until we find the edge of the map. Or land. Yeah, I don't know either. It's I'll have to ask him next time I see him in Jason. Okay. Okay. Every possible mistake I could have made was just made. I panicked the first time I've panicked in the plains in a long time. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, we've just added 2 hours to the stream. Ah, 2 hours added to the stream. Let's go. Alright. That. This is why you don't panic. You just stay in the boat, you deal with the death skeeter, and you sail out. You don't panic. That's what every time I die in the plains, it's because I panic. It's not because I... What do we have? 8 of those. 3 of those. Alright, we have plenty of carbs. Thankfully, we're only maybe an hour's sail away. Do we need... We need a hammer. You jump overboard. Occasionally, I have heard rumors. But yeah, panic, one of the worst things. It's something I've been saying. I know a couple of people that have done permadeath runs and rogue runs. Suk, when Suk first did her permadeath run, it's one of the first things I said is just don't panic. Because if you panic, that's when you start doing stupid things. Like jump out of a boat into the plains with 2 dead skeeters and a horde of night spawn feelings. Right. We have enough for a carve. Good. 10 for the workbench. And hey, look at what magical portal we just set up an hour ago.
Hello there.
Yeah, hello there. Welcome in. What's the pot TV? Look at this fancy portal here. Oh, amazing. Beautiful. Shall we eat? Shall I take a bit more food out, perhaps? Oh, food for the planes, because we are now on a rescue mission for a boat and with goodies inside. What do we have? Sausage links. Deer meat for the trip there. We have plenty of onions. Don't go eating the eye candy yet. Oh, my heart. I knew the moment I jumped out. I knew it was over. No amount of dodge rolling was gonna save me from that stupidity. Okay, but now... First things first. The cargo was in crates. We just need the iron nails back. We were thankfully almost shallow enough that if I can get back, I should be able to fight my way. Maybe. If I can get my gear. Step 1 is get my gear. Step 2, kill everything. Step 3, get the nails. Everything else is irrelevant. We can get the bark elsewhere. In fact, I can take the bark down with me. How much do you need for a longboat? Alright, that's enough. We can do this when we get home. We'll victory cook our onions when we get home. Stamina. We'll victory cook more onions when we get back. For the longboat, 40 ancient bark. Oh. I hope we can find the ancient bark when we get there. Unless there's some hidden out here. That would be a no. Okay. We are only 6 ancient bark down, and a smart person would take a spare portal. How many mats are we carrying with us? Spare portal is eyes. 2 cores. There we go. Boat and a portal. Do I have a portal back? There's a blank one here. What's the blank one? Blank? Should it actually be blank? I think we've already got a blank, so let's not mess the server up too much. Okay. Well, since, okay, we found Haldor. This is genuinely like a change of pace now. We we went from happy and chill to oopsie daisy. Change the title of the stream. I think that's a fair title. It's a reasonable title. Going to bed, Gooben? Oh, thank you for popping in. Lovely having...
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
That time... Yeah. That time, yeah. Okay, we need another... 10 for the... No, we're gonna have 10 for the workbench to place the boat down. Right. We'll pick that one back up. Okay. So... due east takes us back. We're gonna eat... You know what? We're just gonna eat a fish and a deer stew. That's all for now. Oh, something died here. I don't have things. Have things. Hang on. Oh, hello, sirs. No, don't mind me. I'm just gonna go this way. You know what? Actually, we're gonna get to the coast. We're gonna place the boat down. And I'm gonna actually properly prepare and think this through. We have an excess of troll hide armor, or troll hide, which I'm going to turn into a full set of troll hide armor because of sneak bonus, and because I'm currently rocking 20 armor points. I'd like 30. The only downside is I don't know how much troll armor, troll hide we have spare to do that repeatedly. Troll hide is normally my go-to because it's so excessive in count by the time you get to mid-late game, and it has no alternative use. Aha! So... apparently, I have a terrible habit of finding... Things are happening. Lots of things. How did I manage to sneak past this many... Take that. How did I manage to sneak past this much crap? Twice. This would be, well, the third time we failed. We didn't sneak past anything this time. Okay. So... I can hide in here, right? And he'll walk away if I hide long enough? Can he hit me in here? Am I safe? I might be safe. Good luck on the mission. Probably safer. Probably safer for everyone's sanity just to check out from the catastrophe. But good night, John. Why am I collecting bones? I don't need them. Well, this is an interesting predicament. Okay, he has no longer... Okay, we are hidden. Here is the predicament I have, though. I need a portal set up he can't destroy. Because I really need to go back to the merchant. Do we have... Oops. Okay. So there we go. I need to go sit in a safe spot and just reset. I'm also going to get myself a full set of armor. We're not going out half-assed, and we have all of our old tools. if we're gonna throw tools into the abyss, we might as well do it with some of the old stuff we had. Ray's old dagger, Johnny Reverse's old dagger. Is this my old crew bow? Oh, no one will miss it anyway. A wood shield, better than nothing, I suppose. Although it's not going to parry anything in the plains. I think I'm just going to rely on dodge roll. Is it pointless then? Ah, I could have taken Warlock's old hammer. Okay. And maybe my old stone axe or the old flint knife. Oh, we have a hood already made. That's a step. That's a good step. And arrows, there's my old dagger. No, that's Warlock's dagger again. Am I the only one that didn't make a flint knife? It's unless I put it up here in my own storage. Oh, interesting. Next step. I'm not, the cape though. You need the cape for the bonus. We don't have to upgrade it, but we do need it for the bonus. Just one. 6 height for level 4. There we go. And there's the bonus. Sneaky. That's what I need. Okay. We can do this. It's a simple rescue mission. I've done this more times than I'd like to admit. It'll still be fine. Berries, we need the resin. You don't need that though. Got that. Oops. We're set. We have an axe. We have a bow. We do not need feathers for a stack of arrows, however. That's the last thing on the list. And right before we head off, final thing I need to do is go to the restroom. There we go. Okay. Right. We're fine. 37. We're not too far off the health we had before. I suppose at the risk of necks and balls coming along, let's sit inside here. Okay. Step 1 down. Step 2. I'll be right back. I'm muted, and I've been rambling to myself that whole time. The situation is as follows. We either get back that boat, or we go get 5 iron from the swamps. And make a new one. We have most of the mats anyway to make a... The only thing that hurts from a longboat going missing is the 100 iron nails, which I think is 5 iron. The 40 ancient bark we have most of already. 40 fine wood, 10 deer hide, easy. Get them all around the place. The other things I was carrying on my corpse are a necessity as well. But don't hurt as much as the boat. So, down we go. Fascinating to know that directly south of the merchant is a giant fueling village, though. Curious. Definitely worth remembering before we go wandering around here too far. That's the last thing we want to drag over to the merchant and get all our stuff destroyed. Okay. Boat. No, do we have the mats for 2? We have 2 spare, 3 spare. That's the portal. That's the workbench. Okay. Right. So, we can beeline straight there. We don't have to go exploring. 172. Interesting. Start a prediction? There we go. Half-hour timer on the prediction. Vote. I figure, without being too biased, I think unless the nails despawn, I'm probably not going to be too keen on giving up on the boat until we get it. But yeah, we're going to have to land during the day, and it's going to even then be a mission impossible. The best case scenario is that we were killed by night patrol, and they're all despawned. The moment it turned day, they despawned and disappeared, and then the only things we have to kill are the death skeeters, which we can hit with a crude bow and and the wooden arrows can one-shot death skeeters. But that is... Best case scenario is we were killed by night patrol. Because that means all we have to do is land there during the day. We do have the locks to contend with, to be fair, but that's why I want the sneak bonus, because it's not a lot of sneak, but an extra 15 is phenomenal when you have bugger all to begin with, because you don't sneak around the mission, around the meadows. I need to mentally prepare, and we're just going to wait out on the coast until daytime, I think, or nearest safest, land, up or downstream. Make portal and sleep till morning. Thank you for the luck, Goose. This is meant to be a chill way home to wind down and end the day. I should know better than that. Winding down to end the day is just when things always go wrong. In fact, actually, this is an old statistic, but it might still hold true even with the newer studies, but most vehicular crashes that occur on people's home roads, their own neighborhood. Because it's the point where they stop being alert and attentive and are more likely to just hit something when they're not paying attention. When you let your guard down is always when things go wrong. Oh? Oh Lord, Evil. Mistland. But I don't want the sun to set. In fact, the one thing that's curious about Mistlands is that the sunlight still shines as if it were moonlight. Is there a mountain in front of us? There's definitely land of some type in front of us, and there's more over to the east as well. The carb is so slow. It's a little bit more nimble, but it definitely doesn't feel like it's worth the trade-off in being pushed around. At least this way we will have a portal home, because that's the one thing we were missing before. The portal we took with us was Merchant, which is now landlocked here. It can't go anywhere. Merchant is now in the castle next to the Merchant. Having a new portal was something I hadn't really planned on needing. It only occurred to me as I tried to think about planting a workbench and a portal down that I don't have the materials anymore. This boat can't outrun anything. It really is fascinatingly slow to go back from a longboat to a carve. I do miss the longboat every time I have to start a new save and go to the carve. Upgrading to the carve is amazing. Downgrading from a longboat back is always so sad. Oh, the wind picked over a tiny little bit that way? Really? Okay. Simple part is getting there. I don't like the terrain I'm seeing is making me think that I'm not going to get very far in this direction. Especially not with Not with navigation like that. Why is it suddenly nighttime? Where'd the sun go? That's lame. Why is this another... Why? They're pushing me inland too. We're gonna beach the boat. Okay. This is about as amusing as I think I can make a comedy sketch go. Just don't swing at me. So you have to do push the boat and don't swing. Right, now that we're properly beached on this platform, just need to go this way. As far this way as I can. Fuck off! Ground! There was literally black forest pine trees right there, and I found the one piece of terrain. What absolute... And look, now we have to be deadly careful of waves too. In a car that gets pushed around like this, it's fine. It's not fine. This is the opposite of fine. I need to beach this thing away from those lunatics and not hit that rock. Don't go inland. Where are you going? Perfect. Thank you. Come here. You gonna swing? Oh, you don't actually stagger. Okay. Workbench. Why has this been so complicated? Apparently the worst decision I ever made was just boat home after 7 weeks of boating without incident. I mean, it's already nighttime. Slightly darker nighttime doesn't really seem like much of an issue. Oh my word. Right. See? We're fine. Look at this. We're even coming down to the mega mountain will be up ahead. You can even see Mega Mountain all the way over there. On the horizon. Alright, we have land on the left. We're in some kind of cove or bay. I have half a mind to actually pack up the boat and run across the Mistlands here. Swamp. Ah, right. That's also fine. It is possible to outrun a serpent. It's not something I've ever done, but they do have a moment and seemingly can't attack you. They do that. Come up behind you and stop. That's how I keep outrunning them, so long as you can keep a bit of wind and it doesn't betray you. It seems like the carve travels at the exact perfect speed, where as he goes to play attack, the AI goes to attack. And for some reason that brings him back out of the range. I am speculating, I don't actually know. But there you go, he runs away. That's how I outrun them. Not with speed, just with the AI never figuring out that it can swing at me. Okay. Trees in front. As long as we're not in plains. Oh, it's beyond recovering now anyway. You serious? This far out? Nails, 50 fine wood. I miss my dagger. Please let it be sunlight when we get here. Thank heavens. Now it's just the regular black forest we have to survive. And I believe we're heading due west directly. I don't think we're gonna bother south. Oh, right. Mega Mountain, eh? That's a thing that's in the way. Hey, out. I'm gonna lose the boat. It's right here on me in my inventory, right here. All of these materials. Definitely don't look at the nails. Stream title doesn't say I lost the boat. What do you mean? in the Mistlands. Back to the nighttime. Yeah, I have a portal on me. I can portal home whenever I like. Portal I had on me. The last portal is left up here. We didn't have a spare one on the boat. It's fine. As far as anyone else knows, by the end of my stream, we will still have another longboat. I may not wake up in time for Stardew Valley tomorrow, but we will have a longboat before I end. Whether I get one back or magically find a new one somehow. Right. Coming around south of Mega Mountain. There's a massive mountain though. How much stamp food do I have? Just the one. Maybe I do go back and get ice cream. 132 health is fine, but 132 health is not going to save me with 40 armor. I would like the move speed and the stamina at this point. God, that's such a massive mountain! It's still going. That mountain is actually massive. Look at that. I was meant to head due west over to this coastline, but I'm desperately hoping we have something further down south here. Although there is water that way, right? Water south? There's water. I just need to make sure I can actually follow the water around. Black Forest. Okay. Plains Rock. Okay. A river. Okay. This is definitely not my first playthrough, but we're making a fair few rookie mistakes at the moment. Okay. This river here is like exactly where we need. Okay. So, I'm going to actually set up a checkpoint here. Portal is going down. It is cold. Oops. And the boat is going in the lake. Oops. There we go. There you go. Oops, can go sit in the Mistlands. We'll pick it up later when mission success. Otherwise, it'll be there for mission failure. Oh, lordy lord. Here we go. Oh. I don't like the carved steering. It's nowhere near as rear steering enough as what I want. But is it daytime? Yes, right? How much daytime is it into daytime? I can't tell when it's cloudy. Is it nearly nighttime? Is basically all I want answered. Is the sun's rising or setting? Rises in Rises in the east, sets in the west, and it's right there. I see the silhouette thingy. No? No, I do not. It's right there. I wasn't too far off. Okay. So, rises in the east and sets in the west. So it is morning. There is the corpse with an accompanying locks. Lovely. I have to pray and hope and pray. Pray and tell. I have to hope and pray. The fuelings were night spawn, but we still have 2 death skeeters we need to deal with, regardless. So. Boat didn't make it. And the interesting part about the boat not making it is that I have to find these nails. I see them. I see them glistening. Glistening is good. I can deal with glistening. I can deal with you from out here. Apparently not with the crude bow. He's half health. It's a good start. 20 damage per hit with a wooden arrow. Do you have any buddies? I don't need to know if you have buds. Should we try and sneak? We need to go get the glistening stuff before it despawns because I don't know what the timer is. I know Minecraft's timer is 5 minutes. This one I don't know. How do I hit a death skeeter and not a logs? With a crude bow? The answer is don't try. One down. There's a spear thrower too. This isn't good. Okay. Locks, can you not? No, the locks, bugger off, please. Is he actually swimming away, like given up? I need to get these nails sooner rather than later. I might have to dive in for them and then just come back onto the boat. Oh, we hit him! There's another one down. Corpse, I can run and I can drop my stuff and run in, right? I need the nails. See the glisten? I don't want them to despawn. I don't know the despawn mechanics in this game. That's the fueling stuff. It's fine. This is what I need. Ancient bark and those nails. I see the nails. We're far enough away that I shouldn't be bothered by anything except a death skeeter, but we got both of them, right? I see another fueling off in the distance, but one thing at a time. Ancient bark floats. Okay, we might not be in such a terrible spot then. Nails! Hey! Nails, ancient bark. Right. He's angry, isn't he? Are you angry at me, Mr. Locks? Cargo. Another cargo. Jonathan's. What is that? 50, 36, 18. 50, 18. Okay. I have an idea. And the idea is my corpse is permanent. Let's go. Hey, we saved the day. Look at that. We have a portal and a workbench all the way back over here. There we go. My crude bow is half dead. Oh, the level 1 warlock crude bow. But still, that would have been awkward if we ran out of bow. We'll be back for the corpse. We'll do an actual naked run in the car for the corpse. Thank you for... I genuinely just panicked and got myself killed. It's been a long time, to be fair, since I crashed into the plains, but that was absolute panic and got myself killed there. I'm happy we got everything back, genuinely. Was not really looking forward to the idea of going swamp grinding for an hour. Alright, so what do we need? 40, 40, 100. We have the whole lot. The predict's got a couple of like seconds left on the prediction. I'd bet against. I'd put money down for a payout, but unfortunately I don't actually know if that means I can... It says stuff like if you bet, then you're not allowed to pick the winner. But as the broadcaster, I don't know if that rule applies to me as well. Can I bet on my own thing? Because if I could, I could, have it go. Make the payout a little sweeter. You know what? I'm gonna drop the boat out there. Longboat. Longboat can stay here next to... Oops. What I should do is take all this stuff home. And then we'll go get my... We'll do a naked run. For all of my corpse. It should have... I should have enough carry weight to pick up the corpse without needing to press take all, because that's something that's caught me out in a panic mode too, previously. Having to press take all is one of the things I need to get very much better at, I think. Whose stuff do we have? This is my hammer. My stone axe. Jonathan's. That's Warlock's. That is my pants. And I made the coat, didn't I? That... Oh, that's my helmet! I found my old helmet. Look at that. Put the rest back in tools. I don't know, like... The bow is still technically relevant, so I suppose I'll go put that at Jonathan's bed. We'll need that in a little while. The rest... Let's... And I'll put the other stuff in the longboat. Ah, that's a relief. Just got killed 3 times in the mountains because of missing the take all. It's brutal. It takes... Wrong portal? It took me so long to realize there even was a take all button. Might get rid of that rock one day. We'll see how we go. Fingers crossed, with an empty inventory, we can run over there with the car. Stamina. That's 35, 18, 21, 15. So the best stamina combo, or the best combo in general, is going to be those two. We don't need the arrows, do we? We have nothing else on us. At least we have a decent checkpoint here with this setup. We can pack it all up and move on later too. Ah. Actually, happy ending. I thought I'd ruin the night, honestly. Well, soured the night, because you can't ruin finding Haldor after 6 weeks of being stuck trying to find him. That's the kind of thing I think is irreplaceable, but it would have definitely soured the mood a little. We have 100 health. So the curiosity to me is whether or not anything over there has respawned, because that Skeetos deal 90 damage against 0 armor. I don't know what the fuelings deal. Oh, there's an Elder. No. Elder would just be this one here. But if anything over there has respawned, if it's just the locks, then I can run off, get my stuff, and get back on the boat. But if there's death Skeetos over there, or if there's anything else respawned, I might just end up adding another tombstone. And losing the carve, I guess, but... before the night spawns come in. There we go. Bingo. Press E. Good to go. Next is the getaway, where I don't get one shot. Okay. Good so far. Bingo. Hey. Hey, presto. Holy cow, another death skater. But now we have armor, so they only do like 30-40 health. Hey, Gradgar. Welcome in. We've done it. We had chitin on us? We had a ton of junk on us. Wait. Enough for a workbench. No food. Where did all our food go? I swear I had more food than that. The title is about 10 minutes old, actually. It was rescue to get the nails or go finding the iron all over again, but you're seeing the tail end of that rescue mission, actually, where I went back naked to get my stuff. We'll head back over here to the oopsie-daisy portal that I've got set up, and you'll actually see... I'm simply using the expendables currently. There she is. We've all had an oops portal at some stage, yeah. First time in a while I've actually panicked in Valheim. The Perpidethron kind of bullied it out of me. Once I started over-preparing phenomenally for almost every fight I ever went into, it became a point of just learning the numbers and taking things by the book. If you know what damage you're going to expect from an enemy and you know what health you have, you know what the rules of the game are and how you're going to play your resources. Juggling stamina, the stagger bar, all those sorts of things. Problem is going to be beaching this and getting the resources back out. I think we can fit it in there. Oh. Where are those driving skills? Actually, today has definitely been a proud moment of boating for me. Several points where everyone else was like, I'm off. And we actually got through, even if a little scarred. I definitely redeemed myself after, I don't know if it was last week's or the week before that we had the swamp misadventures. Swamp misadventures were 60 days ago through this river. And I'll have you know, Gradgar, proud moment. I did turn left into an abomination, 3 wraiths, a couple of 2-star Drago archers. Turn left was the wrong direction here because that swamp just was terrible. That was last week. Holy cow, we've done 60 in-game days. We've done 30 hours since last week. We're up to day 170. We got the nails? Good. Let's head back. That was the one turn left that I actually regret following through on. It's a phenomenal amount of time that was spent in the game since then, though. Do we have more chitin? Boat. I suppose boat can go over here. That's a boat. Eyes and 1 Nova now, I have to remember that. And I'm gonna start just throwing things in here. And off we go. Right. Back to the original plan, which was we're going to boat the longboat home in one piece, actually get home in one piece. It's got to be there, right? Seems fine. Grab those first. And we're good. We no longer have the Oopsie Daisy portal, but a bit of an awkward detour. We got through it. I don't really know. Updating the title. Might as well, since we have rescued the boat. Jim is normally a good egg. Jim has just been ignoring a couple of events lately. And has not been a good egg. Jeff is the pit crew manager from F1 2020 and series there throughout. Jeff is the one I normally yell at a lot. Which is amusing because I know a handful of Jeffs, and a lot of them are absolutely lovely people. It does, like, there is no mistaking the amount of disdain I have for F1 2020 Jeff. But every other Jeff I know in real life has absolutely, like, been the nicest people that I've ever known. I dread the day where any of them ever realize I stream and come in here to me screaming at them indirectly. Monday stuff looming? No worries. We should be finishing up here, hopefully sometime soon. Forbid we have another incident. Want to start a band, but you can't. Lack of other members, or is there other things that perhaps interfering? Another Leviathan? I've often wondered if you don't hit them, can I mark a Leviathan and have someone else go look at it later? So many parts of this game that I would love to properly test, but I've never really... Bothered isn't the right word, because I have bothered with a lot of testing in this game. Got around to, I think is the phrase I'm going to pick. There's a lot of stuff I just haven't got around to. So, I'm going to have to throw these things out. They're meant to be... It's like a honey sip when you get a bit of a sore throat. Absolutely amazing things to have on standby for when you accidentally stream for 12 hours. But they've completely melted in that packaging. I don't even know if putting them in the fridge would help at this point. Alright. Well, I did get the objective I set out to initially do, which was map a bit more on the way back. We've mapped Mega Mountain. We've got a couple of new continents there mapped, and I wouldn't mind heading south or west here towards that goblin camp. Oh, it's 2 trees! I was like, why is that moving in such a bizarre manner? 2 trees. Oh, man. Can I just... I'm gonna sound like a broken record at some point, but... Can I just say how much of a relief it is to see pine trees and not think about mapping the area, or looking for Haldor. The irony being, I did, because I thought about how nice it was not to think of those things. But besides Haldor permanently cursing me with associating pine trees with disappointment, okay. I'm gonna start... Oh, I can't eat honey. I'll eat a sausage then. But regardless of my association with pine trees and disappointment, it is nice to have the thought cross my mind of pine trees being a burden, and then it falls into place that, oh, it's not. Pine trees are just trees now again. For the first time in 6 weeks. Oh. Although, I must say, this expedition of finding Haldor has taught me so many of the intricacies of spotting different trees from a distance. Birch trees and the distant difference between the autumn birch and the spring birch that you find in the meadows. The fir trees and the difference between the mountain fir and the black forest fir. That one is admittedly a lot harder to spot. At least from afar. But then you have pine trees being the dead giveaway and the thing that brings dread / hope. Or it was initially hope and then turned into dread and disappointment. 3 weeks ago, every pine tree I saw was like, oh, maybe he's here. It was blind curiosity. That disappeared. I can't say quick, can I? It's only been 6 days, I suppose. Dream time, but 6 weeks real time. I've had to wait around looking for Haldor. I wanted to map if there was anything in that center spot there. Oh, it's nice and chill. for something a little more upbeat while we sail back home. We have some swamp over 10 degrees port. And it looks like swamp dead ahead as well. That's something else too. Picking the terrain and how it looks like silhouetted against the sky. Swamp weirdly looks like this low to the ground choppy stuff. Watch it prove me wrong. Watch this be Mistlands or something silly out here. I'm waiting for the trees to pop in. I would bet money on it being swamp. Game will make a liar out of me yet. Really? I guess I haven't seen many Plains Islands silhouetted against the horizon, but that's surprising. Black Forest? Okay, I'll yeah, on my face there. I genuinely thought that was going to be swamp. A swamp, well, perhaps. The question is not what terrain looks like certain silhouettes against the skyline, but I suppose the question is more about the altitude a biome normally gets to. Swamp normally doesn't go very high, since it wallows in the waters. Maybe they all look the same if you can find a piece of land at the same height as a swamp, but it's a black forest. I suppose it would look the same. I'm still going to take it as an outlier in a pattern. I'm curious if we can find more examples to use. And have the game call me a liar again, but hey, if I'm proven wrong, I'll have to just relearn the pattern I thought I recognized, that's all. We'll just head south. We'll map the other side of this river. forgot to actually switch the music on now that I had some better stuff. I don't know how audible it's gonna be over the boat, but... There is the swamp in question, actually. I wonder if there's another abomination spawn back there. I am just ever so tempted to take rivers, regardless of the contents. Of course, the wind has switched eastbound to directly match where I wanted to head. Fascinating. Do you think the wind is voice activated, and if I keep saying eastbound, eastbound, do you think it'll go west? Blicky, welcome in. Hello, board brain, brain of the board, brain, board brain, brain, board, brain. I have a lozenge actually. Let me try that again. You can do quicker, up the tempo. Hello, board brain, brain of the board, brain, board brain. Alright, I'm getting rid of the lozenge. And again, gotta up the tempo. Is there another river through there? Doesn't look like it. Hello, board brain, brain of the board, brain, board brain, bird, brain. No, now I'm just genuinely scuffing it up. Okay, I should have gone with it the first time. Doubled down, kept going. I will add it to the codex of the Flicky files, though. Along with that one. Shall I have one more go? We gotta wait for a high wind here. What's the boat's health at? Boat's at full health. We gotta wait for a high wind. The wind god of Valheim may dislike me immensely, but I do have a fair bit of patience after recovering the longboat. And finding a Haldor. Valheim? Not the right. I was gonna rest up against the rock, but I decided way too late I wanted to skirt around it. Alright. We'll bring the boat to a stop here. And we'll just peacefully, calmly, patiently wait out a little bit of wind. The wind god can't go east forever. Take 4. Board, brain, brain of the board, board, brain, board, brain, bird, bird, board, brain, off the board, brain, with the board of the bird. So close. I'll take it. How am I doing 13 hours in? Actually pretty well. Finding Haldor was a massive, massive boost of energy and mood. We got him. Ah, that's the sound alert I need. FBI man. We got him. I have a theory he was actually on his way out towards the edge of the world, and by day 200 I think he would have actually flown off and we never would have found him. Slight wind. Vibing before bed. It would be pretty late over there, actually. Well, I'm kind of hoping we get a bit of wind. I need to head that way. Wind has to be allocated to us going this way. Even though we're going to go down south, we are going to come flat out east, facing that way about. But once we get to the other end, we should be fine. We just have to remember, this is one of the few times, don't turn left. And we will just patiently wait the wind out. Won't we, wind? 3 in the morning, but you have nothing to do tomorrow besides stream and eat a lot of food after said stream. Yeah, I think Valley mentioned you just fast before streaming, and like for the entire day. It's insane. I could never do that. Eagle, are you okay? He's fine. Look, no, he's fine. He's fine. The wind is now even more head-on with us. The plot thickens. See, I can do with eating 1 meal a day, but normally for me, I eat brunch, I don't eat dinner, then I sleep because I'm too lazy to cook dinner, and then I wake up and I eat brunch. I could not get through my day without starting it with food. Okay, is this actually... The wind has met our prow of the boat. Could we turn the boat around and see how long it takes for the wind to follow? I feel like if we do it now, it would be confirmation bias, but maybe from this point on, we should start conducting wind tests by pointing the boat in the opposite direction we want to go. It's a rock? Or just water? And around. Look, game. I totally want to go this way. Wouldn't it be crazy if you change the wind to face the boat? This is gonna be our tinfoil hat moment. If the wind starts coming from the north in the next minute 30, this is gonna be our tinfoil hat moment. You also don't stream for 13 hours? I still, like, you still got the rest of the day. You stream at the end of the day, don't you? Holy cow. Wait. We're good. Let's go! It's nighttime and it's foggy, but let's go! Hype music. Do we have hype music? Someone play combat tune. Actually, no, that's bits. I removed it from the channel point section. Damn it! I don't have my soundboard set up. I can't play combat shooter. Here we go. Full sail. Can we do it without crashing? This is the question I want answered. I think there's a rock there. If there is, we missed it. We might tap land. Okay, we tapped land. Ah, the wind just cut out. Ah, no. This is almost hype. It's still kind of hype, right? Paddle speed is hype, right? Back in the wind. Alright, I can't see anything here. All I know is don't turn left. So the one place, I'm actually going to mark it. I'm going to mark this place, don't turn left. And we're not going to turn left here. Around this bend, I'm actually flying a little blind. Can't see. Between the mast and the tree cover, we're actually super blind right now. We have picked the one place where land came out onto the river, apparently. Forklift noise. Bus and reverse noise. There's a soundboard. There is a soundboard sound I could use if I ever soundboard my phone again. Alright. Back we go. Taking the left. Coming out of the right-hander. Stay wide. Around rock. Rock on the inside. We're going to hit the curb. Be fine. Left 3. Opens. Room 3. Well, besides beaching the boat, I think that was fairly... It was a pretty low-risk lake, to be fair. We'd done it before, we weren't flying blind, and we knew it was big boatable. So, now, where are we heading next? We are actually we have to go south. There's another boatable. It's through plains, but we'll have to repair before we get there. Do we have anywhere pardon me, do we have anywhere we can land for repairs? Not that we have discovered, besides what we just came through. If we can't repair, we won't do it, because this is about a dozen death mosquito bites away from being tortured. Cured. And I'm gonna have to get rid of that announcement too. I need to clean up my channel a little bit lately. I also want some new sound alerts. I need a bit more interactivity on the channel. This isn't a TV show, it's a Twitch stream. Unfortunately, I am a bit limited in what I can actually implement. I don't have the ability to mix it up on the computer without dropping a little bit of performance, even more than I already do with games like No Man's Sky. Especially with games like No Man's Sky, mix it up is just out of the question. There's no compromise there. The compromise is we can't have it. But I'll label it my New Year's resolution to upgrade the computer for 2022. It is 2022. Shit. My New Year's resolution for 2023 will be to upgrade the computer. You should have enough points to actually do that yourself, Flicky. The redeem is open for everyone to use, but I do have the channel point option there for people that are new to the channel, or you get people that raid in get given a certain amount of points. I think I realized the other day, you get the channel that's raiding out is the points you get given, not the channel you raid into, isn't it? Still. Oh. Speaking of, I asked this earlier, but I don't remember if anyone had an answer. Whether or not anyone knows the maximum amount of channel points you can have. If there is even such a thing as a maximum amount of channel points. I will admit, I have redeemed my fair shares of moos, quacks, and boinks over at Jonathan Raymaker's channel. Even so, I do kind of feel like I've been stuck at 99.9 thousand for a while. And I have to wonder if that is because there's a max limit on the channel points you can have as an individual, or if it's just because I somehow have skimmed right below ticking over to 100k. And Jonathan's is the first channel I've got that high, so I'm just waiting for it to tick over, if it is even going to. I feel like I'm at the point where I feel like it should have already if it was going to. Hence me asking if anyone's had any larger quantity of points than that. Maybe I could test. Oh, right? You've had 120k? Alright, I'll take it. But I was gonna say, there's no way that's the max, because I've set channel point redeems for 500,000, and I know people have set channel point redeems for 1 million. It would be silly if you could set a channel point redeem up that can never be redeemed by anyone, without telling the streamer that it's beyond the limitations. 120k though. That is definitive confirmation that I have just skimmed below the threshold to tick over to 100,000 apparently. I'll have to lay back on the quacks and the moos and the oinks over at Jonathan's channel. I don't spam it a whole lot, but I have spent more than my fair share on the quacks especially. We have 2 mega mountains. Oh no, we have 2 mega mountains. We'll have to rename the second one then. What do we rename the second mega mountain? Medusa Mountain? Big Rock Mounts? Mount Big Rock? Hey, Mount Big Rock. There we go. We have to head back up north, and I think the way I've positioned myself here would be heading up through a plains river. Rock and stone. You know what? The next mountain I come across, I'll label it Rock and Snown. Is that one labelled? I think that's Mega Mountain. That's awkwardly positioned wrong. My line of sight is that way. There are 2. There might be another one over there. Rock and Snown. We're eating our big boy food at the moment. I am not taking chances with death skitters even with all this armor. I've panic died one too many times already today, so... Yeah, every Saturday, actually. Was my plan. Having said that, I have yet to actually do a weekly core run or a weekly assignment any of the Saturdays we've played. I'm happy, like, I don't mind, because bringing Tone up to the power of being able to access... Tone still hasn't got the mineral trader and things like that yet, so I'm happy to divert away from the weekly course, because it would just be me and Valley, and I think you would have the weekly mission as well. But I know Tone's got a couple of assignments that are a bit of a priority. Point being, I need to play Rock and Stone a lot more because I'm missing out on my weekly cores. I missed out last week. I've missed out this week if I don't get it in the next 2 days. Why was I so panicked last... I mean, okay. Last time we came through here, I was in level 2 troll gear with barely any food. I kind of remember why I was so panicked coming through here, but at the same time, this was such a wide berth on either side. I think I pulled a bow on Chris for that. I mean, I suppose after crashing into the plains and being mauled to death, seeing him from this far away isn't so scary. Maybe that was what I need. I need the band-aid ripped off, dumped in the plains, took the training wheels off, put myself face down, and ended my turn in the plains and got my ass kicked. That's what I needed. Yeah, it is neat to have like a pre-made. I know I've had the same process of thought last time I came here. I think I've picked the wrong avenue to take. It's fine. We gotta commit though. That's beached. That's beached. The question is, can we get it through at all? Okay, well, swamps are much less of a panic, but blobs are still a problem. Give me a blobbiness. I cannot dodge roll your attack, but I just need to bait it out. There it is. There it is. Bait out poison, because you can sit in it for as long as you like after it happens. Now, onto a much less tragic way to lose a boat. Is that a head? Is that a lore stone in the swamp, or is that a bone mass spawner? What's that? Okay, we're gonna have to paddle out backwards, I think, if we even can. Samira are friends and you love them, and we all love Deep Rock, but we play like 5 times a year. Have a weekly slot where it's just as mining is fantastic. I definitely agree. It's been a game I wanted to get back into, but it was finding that reason to, I suppose. Well, the reason isn't the right word. It was the... motivation is probably a better word, but it still doesn't seem like it fits right. I think how I would phrase it is that it's less like I needed motivation or a reason to play Deep Rock. It's way more like I had so many other games on my radar that I was playing at the time. No Man's Sky Expedition. And again, still No Man's Sky Expedition. Okay, there is like a very fine, super small space where I can actually wiggle it out with this paddle power. I could, but I am stubborn. If nothing else, very stubborn. And it's so close to paying off, but so far from actually paying out. You know what? I will make a minor concession. We're gonna get the fruit. The front. The front. Push back a little. Right, now that it's the back that's beached, let's try again. Hey, keep rotating. Don't get stuck. None of this stuck at the back nonsense. Okay. It's deeper at this part here. But it's still not deep enough for the longboat. That's what's kind of annoying. Right here is like the point where I could push it out, I think. Give it a go. Almost. Is that a leech? Or was that my water paddle? Still nothing? That's interesting. I might have to dig. I might just have to concede in this one. If it's at, like, neck depth, no, we're gonna get it out. It's definitely balancing on something. Oh well. Num, num. Num. There we go. I almost put it straight back in the water it just got stuck in. Evening, Sparkle. Hey, we're doing Minecraft on Tuesday, aren't we? Something else I have to keep track of. Oh! We're not doing Minecraft Tuesdays. That's something else I'll have to now keep track of. That's an easy one to keep track of, isn't it? It solved itself. That's fine. Wednesday, maybe. I have had a terrible habit of streaming super late on the Wednesday, and that has been the entire reason that my schedule is now messed up and I'm sleeping in London time again. Streaming super late Wednesdays has been my curse, but if I'm still awake, I'll say yes. That unfortunately is going to be an if, and I probably won't be able to know in advance. Oops. Let's go find out what this is all about. It's a law stone. With 2 defending Draugr next to a plains. 3 defending Draugr. What's all this about? Oh, I think that's the cleanest fight I've had in this game in a very long time. What is all this about? We've got gross little stones. Poor jinxed it, that story of my life. Draugr added to the compendium. Here we go. Can we do this before dying to a death skeeto in the plains right in front of us? Long ages ago, the world of Valheim was home to a race of proud and noble people. They built great towers that touched the clouds and delved deep into the earth for precious metals. But their pride was their undoing. They challenged the very gods and went to war against Aesir and the Vanir, destroying themselves completely. Great Odin leveled their cities and Loki consumed their mines in fire. Mighty Thor broke down their towers and Freya sowed their fields with salt tears. Now they are sunk, many hundreds of years deep. No sing songs of their stories, and the earth has claimed their cities. Pride cannot be killed entirely, and the warriors who fought in that final battle will not surrender until their bodies are dust and the dust long gone. They return as Draugr, unholy walkers in an ancient armor, creatures of rust and despair. Break them, bury them, let them know they are dead. That's the first time I've ever found that, and quite an amazing scene to lay surrounding it too, with the torches and the glowing red. I thought that was some kind of broken bone spawner at first.
Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim.
Next step, get back across without being bitten by that leech.
Better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink.
It's only a level 1, but they do like something like 60 damage poison.
Water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink.
Speaking of drink water, I need to go do the second half of that song, which is sorry, excuse me. There is no such young girl song called Go Potty. This was going to be a joke and I've bailed out, but there's the punchline. Even if we did go through the other way, we wouldn't have got very far. It's entirely a dead end. There's no reason to go
Well,
through
you have
there.
my total attention now.
Oh,
I'm
my
not
lord,
quite
look
sure
you.
if I've got yours, though. Hello?
Hello? Demand attention. The text of which says, I will read your name out loud. I think that's the only thing I promised with that, but... Ah, I see. Demand attention for a reason, because I got absolutely lost in reading a law stone and now I'm rambling. I see. Let's catch up. Can we do Wednesday? Possibly. At this point, I would say no, but it'll be a... It's like, no, but I want to, is how I'm going to phrase it. But I have to be up at 2 in the morning for the Wednesday race day. If I nap and stay up late for me, late for London time. Pardon me. If I nap and stay up late, then I might be able to join you for Minecraft Wednesday. Oh, you stream earlier now, isn't it? 4 p.m? Damn, that's 2 hours ago, like, but Wednesday. 2 hours ago, but in 3 days' time. Okay. I suppose I'll change it to a yeah? Yes, but if I pass out, I'll message you saying I've passed out so you know that I'm passed out. How's that? Need to get raft? I'm planning on it. But as mentioned, well, I suppose at this point, Sparkle, you would have the ultimate say, raft or grounded. Because if you prefer raft at this point, I'll pick that up at the summer sale. You just found your favorite Better Twitch TV emote ever? Flicky, you can't just say that and not share. Favorite Better Twitch TV emote ever and you didn't even post it? Gonna play Raft with Sophie's group Tuesday. May not be able to play with them anymore at all when you get your new work schedule. That's gonna suck. And absolutely, no. They definitely understand. 2 red boys. I'm gonna go whack them with the boat, then I'll just get myself beached. And there's a greeny boy over there too. Okay, we're marking this as... Okay, it's already marked as goodies. We'll leave that. It's goodies. There's a greeny boy, 2 red boys, and another law stone apparently. I wonder if it's different or if it's the same. I probably won't be playing Minecraft on Tuesday. Honestly, given the open slot Tuesday, at this point, I'm way more likely to just fall asleep for the whole day and try and desperately catch up on sleep. It doesn't work. I've been trying. It doesn't work. Don't trick yourself into thinking that sleeping more equals catching up. It just makes you more tired and more lazy. But no, I'll probably just spend the Tuesday lazing about. Ooh, okay, so it's not one here. It's a different channel, different emote. It's a gecko! Ah, if only I had a free slot. Okay, copy, paste. If only I had a free slot, I could totally put that there. I have free slots in Frankerface, and I have free slots in 7TV, but Better Twitch TV is full. Uploaded by class. Hang on, where's my dashboard? I can't get rid of any emotes. We need skeleton please. A channel without skeleton please might as well just say I'm irrelevant. Come on. I'm lame. Sorry, Sparkle. You should get skeleton please though. It's a really good emote. Mod check is very compulsory as well. Bird, absolutely. Bird D, yes. Birdie Rave, yes. The Walk, my personal favorite. Must, it's one of my personal favorites. We're not getting rid of the Walk. The Run, it's the Walk but faster, but I like it. It's on 7TV. Ooh, I know it's gonna delete the link. Hang on, I can give you permit. I'll just give you permit. Because I can still see them, but we'll just give you permit. There you go. You have like 60 seconds. Click it again. I'm out 24 hour. How do I get rid of the menu? Hey, look at that. It's on 7TV. There we go. Copy. But yeah, not as compulsory. Cat Jam could go. We could get rid of Cat Jam, to be fair. I'm sure 7TV has a version of Cat Jam and Rat Jam that we could implement. And I can move them over there. Pop Cat could go on 7TV as well. The lesser used ones I'm happy to put on 7TV, because not everyone has 7TV. Whereas a lot of people are better Twitch TV, and I'd rather the cool ones be there where everyone sees them. Like Bean. You're heading off on Stable Goose? We are. Well, in theory, we're heading home and ending ourselves, so I say as I've completely missed the turn off to head home. So busy boating around I didn't even notice I boated to the other side of the planet. Look at that. But I hope you get a good night's rest. I assume. I've made that assumption and I'm sticking to it. I hope you get a good night's rest, Goose. It might be midday for you, mid-afternoon. You might be heading off for dinner. I hope you enjoy your dinner and get a... I hope your dinner gets a good night's rest too. Alien conglomeration isn't bad. Well... E-Rock. How many others do we have here? There's a couple of others I've never seen chat. Silver Wayne talked one day and that... It's curious, because there are people... This is why I normally run them through a bot. There's a bot program I find. And if you're in 2,000 channels simultaneously at the same time, you get banned. Alien Conglomeration is one of them. Account created May 5th, 2022. It's a new one. I'll run it through the bot checker just to be sure. Although if it got banned and they're using exactly the same name verbatim, it's either someone pretending to be a bot that's trolling, and the irony of that is they made an account that is now a bot that is in channels just to troll people to think it's the... You've done nothing. Your joke is a moot point at that point, because your joke is, haha, I'm not the bot. The assumption is, it is the bot, and they just made a new account. Why would I hypothetically come up with that bullshit theory? What? Brain, calm down. At this point, I could go on ketamine and actually think less. Or is that the wrong drug? Maybe that's the wrong drug. Don't do drugs. But that is definitely a new Alien Conglomeration account. I just don't know if it's a phony or if it's the real, but assumedly it's the real and it'll be gone all the same in a couple of hours. Such a bored moment. Speaking of, let me add this emote. I should add Popcat and Cat Jam over here, actually. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna move Popcat and Cat... Popcat has to be on better Twitch TV. That was such a cool emote. Cat Jam can go on 7TV. No one uses that, and I don't jam. Sign in. I don't want to sign in. Expecting me to sign in? App callback? Okay, I signed in. Now what? Holy cow, it actually signed me in. Am I about to crash? Let me know if I'm about to crash. Groogs. Cat Jam. There it is. It's in the top 5. Don't mind me. 7TV is a terribly... I won't say... Okay, I won't say terribly optimized webpage. It's a very fancy webpage. And as a result of being very fancy, it has a lot of animations it doesn't need. That one is fake. I've had several get me today, and ironically they've all been real. And I've gone, who did that? Waiting for it to pop up in chat, and they've been behind me. Awkward moment. Where the only thing that sound alert did was make me gaslight myself into never believing they were real. What the fuck? Sparkle, you cursed me. You actually summoned a real fishy. Okay, there we go. Cat Jam is now on the channel. Cat Jam can be removed from Better Twitch TV. Now I need... not 7 TV. Better Twitch TV. Did we get tagged or did I crash? No way we got tagged in a storm in a longboat. Oh. We've gone to the west coast, that's fine. Lizard Jam, Better Twitch TV, there we go. It has been added, you may need to refresh, although I know that the API for Better Twitch TV does have it has a hook that refreshes every few minutes, so... Sun has risen, it's time to go to sleep. But Flicky! Emote! Emote that I can't see, weirdly, in OBS Better Twitch TV extension because it only has FrancoFaceC in the Better Twitch TV extension for OBS. But I want to see that emote before you head off. I gotta see whatever that emote is called. I want to see a dancing gecko in my chat. I think Flicky actually ran away. I read that pretty quickly. There's a jam, it works. Not from my end. Refresh. No, it's fine. Calculated. I meant to not have it work properly. Hey, there it is. Wednesday is a yes, but I will message you Wednesday morning saying I am going to pass out. If I am going to pass out. If I think the way it'll go is Wednesday is a yes. If I say I'm gonna pass out and you don't hear from me by the time you go live, it means I'm still passed out. Otherwise, I'll message I'm awake. Or I'll still be streaming. That's another situation that sometimes happens as well. Oh shit, what up? Wrong lizard.
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk.
I'm good for Wednesday. I'll say yes. And I'll message you with lots of panicked faces if
drink water, drink water,
drink water, drink water, bitch. Okay, we're fine. We're gonna park the boat.
Drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink.
This is home, right? This is home.
Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Thank you for the hydrate before you go. Good night, Clicky. Good night, Sparkle. I'll do the obligatory wait 10 minutes and say go to bed, Sparkle. With any luck, as we come into this cove, I too will say goodnight board. And I too will go pass out face down on my floor, right behind my desk, the moment stream ends. Day 177. It took us 5 days to get the longboat back home. I remember when I first bought this game, I spent so long being paranoid about boats floating away. Because I didn't realize that boat physics stopped the moment you got off. The moment you leave the boat, it stopped moving. It's the best thing I ever learned about this game. Jumping off stops the boat. Right. Mark it in here. A lot of necks. I am worried leaving it here is just going to make it neck bait, but we'll live with that decision. We'll give anyone else who tries to take the boat somewhere a driver's test. To dodge all of the rocks. Okay. Stop moving. Voila. Frozen in place. Now, the next problem. We can portal everything back except the metals, so let's get a portal set up. We're actually home! We're just packing up now. I honestly never thought I'd see the day. We did grab oops, right? Don't make me worry. Beehive. 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 Workbench beehive. Right. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna leave 3 piggies and we're gonna go have a piggy accident. Eyes, goo. Right. Let's go get some food. Technically, I only need 3 red mushies because I know how many piggies there are gonna be. No point overloading and throwing them all in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No more pigs? Did we actually have one properly escape? A quick scout around. I did the hydrate, completely forgetting that I had to do the other half of the hydrate. We're not doubling down on that joke. Okay. It's fine. We've fed the piggies. Bonfire's out. Boat. Record our surroundings. Okay. There we go. Hey, crazy. Welcome in. Board going? Oh. How's your day been? Haven't left? We are packing up as happens. So, cheers for the lurk either way, though. It's very much appreciated. Whether or not you were a witness to the insanity before, sooner forget that. Food. You know what? We'll just drop it all in there. So I don't know who's logging in. No point hoarding it. Keep that. And we have stamina potion. I'm gonna get rid of the stamina potion. Don't technically need it. There we go. Awesome. And I suppose if I come down here, I'll just plonk myself on the grounds. It's not very scenic, but it is a place to end. So been watching Orville before season 3 comes out on June 2nd. I am really, really sad. I learnt about Orville like just after I cancelled all of my subscriptions to like all these streaming services. But it's been a show that I actually am curious to see. I know it's been not MacFarlane. Is it MacFarlane? Seth MacFarlane? Directs it, acts. But I'm curious because I just, when you see a comedian do something serious, it's always a fascinating... It's fascinating to see what they do when a comedian turns serious for even just a moment for any film or movie or show. And that's actually great that Orville has a new season because I think Star Trek's been kind of down in the dumps. Unless I'm thinking of a completely different show. Googling. Because of the... I thought there was a Star Trek show with Seth MacFarlane called The Orville. Okay, it's a comedy drama, and it is the one I'm thinking of. Season 3, June 2nd, 2022. There you go. It was the right... Second guess myself for nothing, but... I didn't know it was a comedy drama. That's what it's at least labeled out here, as in Google. But my previous thought was, it's been... Star Trek's really been run through a bit of a dump lately. All the shows Star Trek's had come out. Picard, I've heard hit or miss depending on which Star Trek fan watched it. Some people were just happy to go through the motions again. Others were ecstatic and were proud of what they did, and some people thought it, I suppose, the same sentiment as the first, but in a negative light. They were unhappy it was only going through the motions again. Or so that was what I've heard. I've not seen Picard. But given how many times it's been a controversial Star Trek show or just an outright hated Star Trek show these past couple of years, it's nice to know that's still making new things. Good Lord, Sparkle! Look, it's been 10 minutes. Go to bed. We're 60 seconds away from the 10-minute mark. Go to bed. Picard is good, but it's lacking something. From what I've heard, people breaking down the show, I'm one of those weird nerds that watches a lot of those. Here's what I thought about XYZ. But from what I've heard of people breaking down what happens, it seems like it could do with a lot more spacefaring. That seems to be the one thing that I find in common, whether or not it's a positive review or a negative review, is it seems to be focused on personal stories instead of stories about... well, I guess that's to be expected. It's called Picard. It should focus on the people and Picard in particular. Right, let's get a raid sorted. Do we have anyone online at the moment that's worth popping into? Apparently I'm not allowed to type twitch.tv. I was never super big on Star Trek either. It's ironically, it was one of those series, and depending on what kind of fan I talk to here, this is going to sound terrible or we'll see. But the first Star Trek thing I ever watched were the lens flare guy versions of the film. Lens Flare Man made a Star Trek movie, and I watched it. I think it had Chris Pratt or something as one of the cast.
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk.
I've heard mixed reviews about that as well.
Like in Skyrim, water is healthy as fuck.
Raid Tim, don't think you ever have. I've heard a couple of times, but it has been a while. You are right.
Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
But yes, I thank you for the hydrate. Go to bed. We will be raiding out, so you can go to bed in a second once you say hello. I've got Marley on as well at the moment too. Right. And thank you for the calorie. Wrap up a short story in a long amount of time. I watched the Lens Flare guys' Star Trek movies, and that was my first foray into Star Trek. That was the point I started paying attention. I was never big into Star Trek when I was younger. It was the Lens Flare guys' movies that got me into it. And since then, I've been paying a little bit more attention. And you had things like that animated show that came out called Lower Decks just seemed like an absolute waste of time. A kid's show, but aimed at adults. Themed around a franchise that tons of adults are wanting content on, but not apparently getting the stuff they want. Either way, Tim, Sophie, Code Marley. Tim is playing Apex, so that'll be a bit of a change of pace from Valheim, but I'm happy to show some support. It has been a long time since we raided. And I don't mind, honestly, a bit of Apex Legends. I'm not. I mean, I've played my fair share of shooters. I'm fine with the genre jump, but I understand some other people might not be. If you do not have the channel points, or if you can't be bothered and want a generic global, whatever the case, if you prefer the globals, I know sometimes I do, there is the raid message. If you have the channel points, big screen. If you have the channel points, or you want to pick them up for the raid, there is the paid message. If you want to buy the channel point version, unfortunately the animated one isn't up there, sadly. My favorite replacement for Bird Rage is Stinky Cheese. Sorry? Stinky Glitch. So, I'm running down the timer as it is, but here's for everyone who was in. I'm gonna go get myself a bit of dinner and chill out for the rest of the evening, and I'll catch you over in Tim's stream.